right. What is up, folks? Happy Friday, and welcome to the next best, greatest, whatever it's going to be, installment of the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday Night bonus stream. Always a good time. Always a good time. I hope tonight will not be an exception. Running Wild, what's good, dude? Reg, Sword Fam, everyone else, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, wherever, whenever you're watching this, welcome, welcome, and I hope you're doing well. We are doing versus fighting games, and for anyone unfamiliar with the format, we're gonna do some raffles, and you can just enter your name, and if you are the lucky winner, you get to pick the game that will be played. The game to be played and the games to be picked can be seen in the list available in that spreadsheet link over there. Just type !VS if you need a link. We usually get through somewhere between 4 and 6 of these games per stream, I would say, roughly. Depends on a lot of factors. Some games are kind of impossible, some games I give up, some games take like 10 minutes. Those are in a minority, but it happens, it happens. So usually the way it works is I typically attempt to play through the arcade mode or some kind of equivalent. Most of the games on the list are either arcade games or arcade ports or the like, but there's some stuff on the list that doesn't necessarily have a kind of arcade mode equivalent. Like last time, I guess we messed a little bit with Dissidia, the Final Fantasy Arena Fighter thing, and that was interesting. It was interesting, but it was a little bit of a mess. Very hard to understand game, and not something that really lent itself to a quote-unquote playthrough. So it depends. And in some cases, we spend a lot longer with a game, either because I'm really stubborn about trying to beat it, or if it's something that I haven't really played and I'm just interested in messing around with a little bit more. Most of the games are from my collection, which you can see part of here behind me. And a lot of the time, I end up buying a bunch of games that I don't end up spending that much time with. Or maybe I do, and it's just been 10 years since I played them. Or in some cases, I buy things specifically to have them on the list for these streams. I would say most of the fighting games I've picked up in the last couple of months have kind of been that way. I've picked up some random weird stuff on Steam. I picked up Soul Calibur 4 not long ago. Tekken 6 not too long before that. And those are just kind of games I felt... I mean, it's not like I wouldn't have wanted to get them at some point otherwise. But my motivation to get those games isn't necessarily to like immediately jump in and play them, but just to have them on hand for someone else to make me play them. Rolling Odie, what's up? Where's Twinkle Star Sprites? Well, not in my collection to begin with. Although it's possible that I own some kind of... I'm trying to think. I know that I bought some Neo Geo something from somewhere. It wasn't on Steam. I don't know if it was on GOG or whatever it might have been. Not that it matters, because I wouldn't put it on the list anyway. It's a versus shooting game. It's not a fighting game. We're not doing a versus anything here, because, I mean, the list is plentiful enough as it is. And of course, that's not a slide on Twinkle Star Sprites. It's a pretty cool game, but we have enough to deal with as it is without having to stretch the definitions further than we might already be doing. There are certainly some games on the list. You know, I mentioned Dissidia. There might be other stuff that's kind of arguable whether it belongs on there or not. But it's my stream, it's my list, so it's my rules, and I put whatever I feel like playing on there. And, you know, which is to say also, I mean, that kind of cuts both ways, right? I may exclude things, although I wouldn't really exclude anything I think belongs on there. And I've had, on a number of occasions, have people express regret. Is that the right word? Or at least being very apologetic about having picked games that I struggle with or do not enjoy. But I will, I will make it perfectly clear that I wouldn't put anything on the list if I wasn't willing to play it. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that I wouldn't put anything on here if I didn't want to play it, if I wasn't interested in playing it. Whether it's for my own personal enjoyment or for the benefit of the viewers, that's probably not the right word, but my enjoyment of a game, my appreciation for a game is in no way, you know, indicative of how much I will enjoy kind of streaming it, and hopefully how much you would enjoy watching it, because a lot of the times we play stuff on here that isn't necessarily great, but I might still have a great time with it because I can find interesting stuff to talk about, or just have some kind of experience that enriches my life in some fashion or another. At the very least, that's how I like to think of it. So, whether you want to make me play your favorite games, my favorite games, or no one's favorite games, just the weirdest shit you can find on that list, I'm game for anything. That's kind of what we're doing over here, and I'm always intrigued with whatever games we end up playing, because inevitably, just the way this whole thing is structured and just by the sheer volume of games on here, we end up playing games that I would like not have thought about or been like stuff I wouldn't have been playing otherwise, I guess. There will be a what's the word? Channel point redemption thing, reward, to skip the raffle and just spend coins to pick the next game. But as is tradition, we will not enable that until we've done at least one proper raffle. So we'll do the raffle, and then I think there's some kind of a cooldown on that thing. Well, whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. Now, let's see if I actually remember how to do this, because I've been messing a little bit with StreamerBot. Just set up some stuff for how my OBS layout kind of stuff, scene collections and transition stuff. In addition to some of the kind of Twitch backend stuff, and it's still very much a work in progress. There's a lot of stuff I would still like to do, but it's very time consuming. But I did set some stuff up here specifically to handle the raffle, and I'm trying to make sure that I remember how this is all intended to be used, so I do this correctly. Oh yeah, before we start, another just brief news update for those of you who are not perhaps keeping a keen eye on my Discord server or Twitter, which, by the way, if you'd like to, you're more than welcome to. Alright, there we go. I was gonna say, that's supposed to trigger a command. Alright, Nightbot's sleep at the wheel here, but there we go. I have received, well, technically I haven't collected it yet, but I'm, first thing in the morning tomorrow, I will go collect a fairly sizable, I would imagine, box of action figures from Big Bad Toy Store that finally arrived. And we will be unboxing those on stream tomorrow. There's going to be a bunch of Masters of the Universe, TMNT, Power Rangers, crossover figures, and probably some other stuff, and I don't, you know, as usual, I don't even remember exactly what's in there, but it's going to be fun. I'm going to have fun. But I know some of you guys are pretty into those streams too, so I hope you guys will enjoy that. So tomorrow morning I'll go grab the package. I won't be streaming in the morning, but from 1 p.m. CET tomorrow, we'll be unboxing and looking at some action figure stuff. I wanted to mention that before I forgot. But with that out of the way, I think we're about ready to start. So give me a second and I will set up the first raffle here. I'll have to do some manual setup type stuff here. And see if this works. there we go. The raffle's now open. Type raffle in chat, and you will have a chance to pick the first game of the night. If you are a subscriber, you will have an additional chance of winning. I would like to set up sub-only raffles at some point, but that's a little more... it's not that much more complicated, but I have to... well, we'll think about it. How about that? But there's a little benefit anyway for those of you who are generous enough to support.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Such as Itinerant Soldier right there. Speaking of, thank you very, very much. 6 months of unspeakable horrors. That will earn you a brand new skull, my good friend. Enjoy it, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. So yeah, 2 minutes to go. Feel free to peruse the list and make a choice ahead of time. Figure out what you would like to see played. I'm, as always, in, what's the word? Tense anticipation of whatever happens to get picked. I don't know, but it's always a good time. I'm just hoping that I'm not, like, in the middle of some hardware setup stuff that we're going to discover isn't configured correctly and will be... well, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't be one of these streams if there weren't some amount of technical problems. That seems to be a... seems to be a common thing. It depends a little bit on, you know... if we stick with, like... I don't know. PS4 games, I think it's mostly okay. Or even Super Famicom. I'm just like looking over here. I think we've been streaming a bunch of Super Famicom and PlayStation stuff recently, so I've got that. I've got that figured out. Although you never know, I might have some weird technical issues with those. I mean, we have capture. I don't know. We've had all kinds of technical issues, but let's not jinx it by fantasizing about all the issues we might have. All right, about 30 seconds left. Type raffle if you want to join in. If you want to have a chance of picking the first game. What's up, Show? You got something lined up? Well, let's see how y'all's rigging protocols are functioning tonight. All right, we're getting there. What's up, Mark? Sneaking in there on the finish line. All right. Let's go. Boom. Rolling Odie, congrats. Congrats. Very well rigged. You get the first pick. So let us know what it's going to be. And in the meantime, I will remember to actually activate the reward stuff here. If that worked correctly, you should now have the ability to pick my character, if anyone would like to do that, as well as preemptively cut in line for the next game. Toshinden. I happened to glance at the list previously, so I'm guessing we played a couple of them, but I think the original Toshinden is still available. Yeah. And shows is quick on the draw there with my choice of fighter there. So we're gonna play foe. Sure. Let me I guess do this. And we'll start the upscaler here, and I will dig out the game disc and we'll get going. See where I actually have my... Like it? Toshinden. Oh wait, these are like actually in alphabetic order. Mostly. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I should probably. Oh yeah. Always fit a setup. That's fine. Probably get this ready too. Let's see, I think that's correct. I think correct one. There we go. And let's for these jams, I'm sure we're gonna get some very hot Toshinden jams to replace them in a second here. I'll catch up with chat in a second.
宿命の舞台、等身大部会。何年かに一度開かれる。表の世界には知られることのない闇の武闘大会。ある者は己のために、またある者は愛する人のために。すべてをかけての戦いが今始まろうとしている。
Oh, I just remembered something. I also need to set up my virtual memory card stuff here. Actually, you know what? I'll just let whatever track mode's gonna come up here kick in while I set this up. I have a Mem Card Pro for my PS1 games, and I need to go through this web interface to just configure which card it is currently using in case I have anything to save or load here. I'm not even sure, actually, come to think of it, I would kind of expect this game might not actually support the memory card. Because this is an early game, and it was certainly not that unusual that early PS1 games did not support the memory card. Let me catch up with chat. First Toshinden is the only game you've played. Told the sequels were better. Yeah, I think Toshinden 2 is probably the one. If there's any consensus about which is the best one, I would say it's maybe around 2. 3 has some cool stuff going for it. It's got a ton of characters, even though like most of them, like half of them, I guess, are like clones. But there's a lot of weird. I mean, they're all awkward and janky. But the third one, to me, is like more clunky than the second one. The second one has like the best kind of art and music and stuff, but all of them have a lot of, like, aesthetically, they're all pretty strong in one way or another. Let me see. How did I get the Toshinden games? I picked them up over the years. They're not expensive. There's I think the Nitoshinden, or there's Nitoshinden, and there's I forget what it's called in Japan, but there's the Puzzle Arena Toshinden, which is like a puzzle game spin-off. I think those two are like, and Nitoshinden is kind of like a Virtua Fighter Kids Pocket Fighter sort of a thing, I think. I forget exactly. But like those two are a little bit more expensive. But all the other ones, I mean, I have them, so they could not have been that expensive. Does Toshinden mean anything? Yeah, I mean, I guess just the kanji Toshinden, it's like the story of the battling gods, sort of. Whether it refers to anything in particular within the fiction, I have no idea. these games have like some of them have like a fairly elaborate story mode kind of thing. I don't think this one probably does, but I think 2, or maybe there was added, I don't know, because I have the Saturn games too. There's Toshinden S and Toshinden Ura. And Toshinden S is like a port of this game, kind of, and Toshinden Ura is kind of a port of Toshinden 2. And those, I'm not sure if the story mode was added in those games or what exactly, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Also, let me do this. So we have the little timer on there. So first of all, let me see if, yeah, there's no memory card stuff here. So that's fine. Difficulty normal. Let me just double check. Am I on the correct? I think, oh, that's not correct. So I had this issue recently. I have these like profiles set up and I can't remember. I lost, if these are actually different. Oh yeah, there's like vertical crop that's different, right? Yeah, that's more correct. I made a note somewhere of which profile was for which console, and then I promptly misplaced that note, so I have to like guess, I guess, but I think we're all right. Yeah, the text on the cover is definitely pretty strong. Okay, yeah, so there's these like awkward sidestepping, or not even, well, I guess it's sidestep, you can like side roll. We'll see. All right, so there's okay, yeah, the list of the buttons is like very confusing, but I think we got the setup correct here, or at least well, it is what it is. Yeah, so R1 and R2 are just like shortcut buttons to do special moves, but the game does have sort of Street Fighter style special move inputs or like motions. Yeah, I can do like sick 3D camera moves and shit. I have to press start. Yeah, like this art is not exactly as strong as the illustrations for Toshinden 2. But it's still pretty cool. I mean, the character designs are awesome. I forget if you can like do alternate costumes or stuff. Maybe we'll give it a try. Trying to hold like start and R1 or whatever. Let's start the timer. Yeah, so the game, like, it runs at 30 FPS, which is not terribly uncommon for the time. Even for fighting games, like early 3D fighting games on console. But it's also, like, very... a lot of the moves you do have, like, a lot of recovery. It has, like, a very clunky feel to it. Oh, yeah, sidestep is projectile. There's a continued cheat. Yeah, there might be. I mean, feel free to look up like moves or cheats and stuff. Let me know in chat. I certainly don't mind. I pressed the button. Okay, so that's my special 2. That's my special 1. Okay. I want to see if you can do something by like hitting both special buttons together. So, like I said, the 2 special buttons are just sort of macro buttons. Okay, so half circle back kick or punch does those 2 moves.
Deadly Ray!
Alright. Got like Street Fighter throws also. Nice, got him. Forward. Okay, so half circle back, like via up, plus weak slash and hard kick. Is that the big like ball move? I guess we'll give it a try. Not sure about this motion. All right, there we go. I think we got it. That was extremely loud and awkward. outside of Virtua Fighter, what other fully 3D fighting games were there on console? I mean, I don't know if you mean to make a very like strong distinction between full 3D or fake 3D or half 3D or whatever, but like, because I remember like at the time, I remember some people being very weird about not wanting to count certain games as being properly 3D because it didn't have a sidestep button or whatever. But there were a lot of 3D fighting games. A lot. But this one is early. I think Tekken was out in arcades in 1994. And this is a 1995 game. So, I mean, this was early for sure. But there were a lot of games in a similar time frame. I'm not sure when FX Fighter came out. It wouldn't surprise me if that was kind of ended up being pretty delayed. Yeah, Criticom is another early game. I did it exactly, but... Zero Divide was also pretty early. It's like 95, I think. I remember playing Zero Divide and thinking it was crap because I was an idiot child, of course. The game's pretty sick. Criticom is quite possibly the worst fighting game I've ever played. And it's not necessarily about how it plays, which I mean is terrible. But its structure is also completely bizarre. I mean, Boss 3D would have been probably like 95. Dark Edge was probably, I don't know, 93 or something. Could have been earlier, 91, 92. It's like weird super scalar stuff. Virtua Fighter was 93, of course. Well, the Super Nintendo version of Shaq Fu is a shitty port because it cuts out like 40% of the content from the Mega Drive game for no reason. It's missing like 4 characters or something. Shaq Fu is a good game. It's obviously awkward in some ways, but its reputation as like the shittiest fighting game is not just exaggerated, it's like completely misinformed and ignores like all the 50 awesome things about that game. Like it's like Shaq is like the worst character in the game, and it's like very sluggish and unresponsive. But it's got a lot of really cool things about it. It's got like a sick story mode. Like it's got a very there's like 2 billion fighting games that could be made better if they had a story mode like Shaq Fu. Like, does it hold up well in competitive play? No, probably not. I don't think so. Can it be a frustrating experience to play Shaq Fu? Sure. Do I think the developers at Delphian Software had a good grasp on what makes a good versus fighting game? Maybe not. Nice, I got like 5 hits in while she was trying to turn around. But that's part of what makes it cool too, because there's like so many unconventional things about the Shaq Fu structure. And like the tiny characters are a little weird, but they've got awesome animation and stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna like I'm not gonna be upset at someone for dunking on Shaq Fu or thinking it's a bad game, but I do think it's one of those things where it's like it obviously has a reputation, and I think most people... Oh, nice, I did hit her. You can drive-by jump kick. I think most people who dunk on Shaq Fu don't necessarily do so from a place of a lot of first-hand experience. Desperation move is forward, half circle, forward, back, hard slash. So secret move, it's like so hard to read. Not even. Yeah, I mean that's the thing too, right? SDS, like dunking on Shaq Fu is like it exposes a degree of ignorance, I feel like. It's both that, but it's not really that, like, oh, I'm so much cooler than you because I know about so many more bad games. It's partially that, but it's also, I think, I mean, everyone's gonna have different opinions and feelings on stuff, of course, but I think there is a lot to appreciate about a game like Shaq Fu. I tend to think there's stuff to appreciate about pretty much any game, or at least I try to find something to appreciate. And I'm not a big fan of perpetuating those kind of mimetic, like, it's regurgitating kind of common internet, well, I guess I shouldn't call it wisdom, but consensus that stuff is bad. When you could, like, dunking on stuff in place of looking for stuff to appreciate it. That was... It's just, that's not my thing, I guess, at least. People trying to jump. Commodore Amiga user is now following. Thank you very much. Man, Amiga, now that's a platform with some dang fighting games. Yeah, the soundtrack in this one, I think, is... I mean, it's not on the level of Toshinden 2, but there's some decent tracks for sure. Alright. Getting destroyed here. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, okay. We did take one round, but... There's a forward, half... Okay. Yeah, jumping is weird. But it's like sidestepping is super weird too, because the animation is like extremely long. But one thing you may have noticed is that in this game, and it's true for the sequels too, any moves that like hit a lot of times is like really, like any moves with a long animation, I guess I should say, have like a very have a tendency to like misalign. If you have a move where you like dash forward and tackle or something, very often you kind of slide past the other guy and be vulnerable. It's like Blanca's Super and Super Turbo that's like kind of unsafe on hit because you can just be like misaligned. This game does that a lot with anything that's supposed to like move you forward. Because of like sort of how it handles the three-dimensional like collision. Nope. Oh, okay, he was doing something. Yeah, and the thing about the collision, like I said, it's kind of like that in the sequels too. Yeah, this is like an early enough game that it could have been. It wouldn't surprise me, it wouldn't shock me if this game was just kind of somewhat rushed out, at least to the point where, you know, coming out in PAL probably 9 months later, they would maybe make some slight changes and updates and stuff. Like as far as speed differences, it wouldn't affect music because it's all CD music, like Red Book audio. Nice. Okay, let's just mash it. Yeah, it's funny how this game was just the right place at the right time with enough stuff about it that's like kind of impressive. Because it's so awkward and clunky. I mean, obviously, BF1 and Tekken 1 are not like without a degree of clunk. But it, like, they're still, I don't know, those games are at least like responsive. This feels pretty whack, honestly. Out poking pretty handily for the most part. Ringing out would require a lot of conscious effort as to where stuff goes. See, stuff like this, it's fucking easier to ring yourself out, I feel like. Oh, we pushed him out. I guess technically it's a ring out. The announcer said ring out, but he did also die. Yeah, I definitely remember playing the demo of this more than anything. The PC version, I want to say that it's the second game, but maybe it's the first one. Yeah, it was published by Interplay, then purveyors of the Earthworm Jim intellectual property. So they saw fit to put him in the game. That is accurate. See, like I'm like 90 degrees misaligned. Yeah, like turning around is so like gradual. Like this game barely has a concept of like facing, or you know, the two characters being on a line, sort of face each other the way you would normally kind of expect. And you have that delay with the camera too whenever you, whenever there's a sidestep, which I'm sure is deliberate to kind of enhance the feeling of 3D or whatever, but it makes it so fucking hard to see where you are, or where anything is, really. Turning around takes a long time. Yeah, I still want to play the Wii Toshinden game. It's, I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with these games other than the name. Bears no resemblance, and doesn't have any... I mean, it might have a character with the same name or something, I don't actually know. But it doesn't have any of the, like, character designs or anything like that. Alright. Let's see, we don't have... I think this is the last guy before whatever bosses or anything, right? I think we're doing pretty well. Yeah, the title is different, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong, but I don't remember. I feel like I don't... My specials aren't necessarily that helpful. I'm not sure if that was overhead or if it's just unblockable, or if the game just doesn't quite function properly. Blocking seems... I don't know. It's like a suggestion at best. Alright. I always want to like do a wake-up throw or something, but it doesn't seem to work for it very well. There's a lot of shit like that too, where normals are just like hit multiple times for no apparent reason. Like that, my heavy slash will occasionally hit more than once. But not always. And they're like, kinda seems like there's maybe chains or like canceling. Oh my, okay. They didn't do that part before. but it's so inconsistent and unresponsive that it's genuinely hard to tell. Like, every time anyone jumps, you just, like, end up on the other side, and it takes, like, a full second to turn around. Alive? Yeah, okay. Pretty much nothing I can do there. Yeah, and everything sort of comes out really slow for the most part. So it's even it's hard to distinguish like what's a cancel and what isn't. The way certain things like react on hit, there's like no parts of this that feel consistent, basically. Gravity's so weird. I don't know, this game is fucking weird. I mean, it's... Well, I don't know if I should say it's on par. Like, I think it's nowhere near as good as Tekken or Virtua Fighter, but you could kind of be forgiven for thinking maybe it would be in some ways. But, it's inscrutable. And the thing is, too, like, Virtua Fighter is also kind of inscrutable in some ways. Like, some of the mechanics in that game are incredibly, like, non-obvious. But it's not... It's nothing like this. Like the camera, for example, is kind of a disaster. But it seems pretty consistent that if I hit a light slash, I can do a heavy slash afterwards. I don't know about the damage, but it seems to connect. Well, as long as I'm fucking facing the right direction. There we go, we got it. Alright. That's a good face. I guess we're doing the mirror match. Oh yeah, I remember this stage. Bo was in the demo, so I guess his stage was also... That move seems so shit. What is he ever gonna hit with it? Yep, like punished him on hit too. Oh, I did fucking Yori Taco. The game has like proximity normals. You have like far and close attacks. That's like my close, that vertical slash. That's like my close heavy slash, and that's my far heavy slash. Okay. Oh, okay. Thought he would punish me, but I guess he's got a lot of recovery on the sidestep. Alright, there we go. I mean, I'm not too worried about whatever the boss is going to be like. I mean, it might be super hard, super cheap, whatever, but like... We've played a lot of these games. Either we beat it or we don't, but... it's not going to be anything I haven't seen before. I mean, in terms of, like, being silly or whatever. Yep. Punish. Okay, crossed him up. Easy. Baiting ring outs. Hasn't been much of a... too big of a deal here. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, when you're playing... I usually play as Sophia. She's my favorite character. And her Aurora Revolution, the move where she's like spins around with her kick, she moves forward really far. So there's like a good chance of you ringing yourself out, because you hit the opponent, then they just slide to the side, and then you just keep going. So it's like really dangerous. This stage is really cool looking, but it's incredibly disorienting. It's like super hard to just... Oh, okay. That was either an overhead or an unblockable. Probably an unblockable. It's so hard to gauge like spacing. And everything is like kind of choppy and spinning around. I guess his forward dash is invincible. Sure. Cool. My jab like hit halfway behind me, so I actually touched him there, but instant continues is nice at least. Okay, the jump heavy slash knocks down. Like, whoa, he fucking autocorrects in the middle of his move? That's not fair. I was gonna say, I wonder if my flying kick actually works on him because he's so tall. I don't think so. So many moves that just like knock down and you stay knocked down for 50 years. I don't know if he gets like pushed back further, because my jump in combos like don't seem to work. Alright, well, I got hit the once. Like, I don't care about like the boss doesn't bother me at all. It's just the background. All right, there we go. That worked. Like, I'm struggling way more with the stage than I am with the boss. All right, maybe we'll try that strat then. Oh, I think, dude, look at the damage. I get hit like 3 times. Oh, I know, I can't. Okay, there we go. I think I kind of blocked that. What the fuck? I sidestepped behind him, and then I got hit by his recovery frames when I was standing behind him. Oh well. Weird active frames on recoveries and jumping and shit. You can't see what state you're... I don't know, everything is so weird. I think I actually ducked under it there. Like, I can't crouch block that, but... So that just knocks down when you hit him in the back. It feels very inconsistent when stuff, like, knocks down and... Yeah, you get hit in the back while you're turning around. I'm not sure if that chip or well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, you're just gonna take damage. You can't avoid taking damage. I wonder if you can throw him, but I haven't seen a throw in the last couple of matches anyway. See, I landed the jump in, but the knockback pushes him off to the side, so my follow-up just whiffs, even though I'm traveling in a straight line. And he wasn't sidestepping or anything. I was doing a combo on him. There we go. Just keep mashing light slash. Even his moves have not long enough startup, but I just kept counter hitting out of his moves. Jab. Ah, tried to hit him back too soon. Late active frame there. Slide out of there. I have air control too, which is really weird. There we go. Smash jab. Easy. Let me just interrupt my laugh with my laugh. The battle of the immortals has ended, but the struggle is not yet over. Mighty warriors have yet to appear. This is not the end. This is the beginning. There we go. Right, suddenly, text is moving a lot slower. Shoutouts to Lord Tsukasa Kotobuki for the character design. There we go. So it's interesting that obviously they're implying some other stuff going on. You know, a real true last boss for 1cc'ing or stuff like that is certainly not unheard of by 1995. Pretty common almost, I would say. And players. Nice. That's really cool. You get to learn that when you beat the game. And, you know, eventually unlockable characters and stuff like that would be pretty commonplace. Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure unless... Okay, I'm not sure what that was. That was neat, I guess. Little super played trick or something, but... Well, like I said, this game does not support the memory card. So... it would seem unlikely that there's, like, unlockable characters. Maybe that was something they added in the Western version. I mean, unless it's just not accessible... because, yeah, there's like, I can't save. There's nothing I can do here. And you would think if there is a feature like that in the game, they would let you save. But, I don't know, it's 1995. Who knows? Not a lot of standards in place at the time. Speaking of time, that's Toshinden completed. Thank you very much for the GGs and the excitement and engaging conversation in chat. Didn't the PS1 version of Tekken 1 have unlockable variants of the regular cast? Not exactly. I mean, the arcade versions of the Tekken games always had time release characters. Those were characters that were enabled after set amounts of playtime. Like, when the arcade machine had been running for X amount of time, the next character would unlock. So it's kind of an early approach to the way we see in modern fighting games with, like, seasons of content being delivered, like, you know, throughout the first year of release or whatever. So that's what they did in Tekken. And when they ported those games to the PlayStation, instead of doing time release, they made it so that you beat the game and you unlock a character. The time release characters, generally speaking, were always like clone characters. And of course, every clone character eventually in the later games started becoming more of their own, getting kind of their own moveset and style and personality and stuff. But in the early Tekkens, you know, Tekken 1 and 2, there's a lot of shared moves and animations across the cast in general. And the clones are... I'm not sure if there's any, like, literal one-to-one clones. Probably not. But they're more similar to each other than ever. So, like, Wang is Michelle's clone. Anna is Nina's clone. Who else is in there? I keep forgetting. And I think, like, in Tekken 2, it's a little bit different. Like, some of them are clone characters, but not all of them. Like, there's Armor King and there's P-Jack and whatever. But I think Peck and Bruce were both clone characters in Tekken 2. Or, not clone characters. They were TRC. And I'm pretty sure they never really had that much in common with anyone else. Yeah, Kunia, of course. Stuff like that. So in the first game, they're sort of kind of clones or variants, but it didn't exactly stay that way fully. And I'm not positive if, like, obviously the PlayStation versions of Tekken always had a ton of new content, but I don't think any of them had characters. Well, none of them. Tekken 3 had Gon, of course, but I think even Dr. B, I don't think it's in the arcade Tekken 3. In fact, a whole bunch of the TRC from Tekken 3 might not be in the arcade. I forget. But generally speaking, I don't think they added like a lot of characters to the home version. It's more like it was just done a little bit differently. Anyway, guys, this was fun, but it has been completed, and as such, we shall set up for the next raffle. So give me a second here to set that up. And with that, the raffle is open. Type raffle in chat, and you will throw your... What's the expression? I was going to say throw your hat in the ring. Is that what you say, even? You'll enter the raffle anyway. All right, let's see. I guess we might as well just go back to... we'll go back to some kind of attract mode. But yeah, I mean, obviously, not that it was shockingly weird or unusual or rare at the time. But a game like this, like, it's pretty bare bones. Like, even the sequels, I think, already added more. Like I said, I think Toshinden 2 has, like, some kind of story mode. And there's more, like, hidden characters and stuff. But that was definitely, you know... I think Tekken was pretty... influential with that stuff. Because like Virtua Fighter also didn't really have much. Like Virtua Fighter 2 and of course Fighters Megamix eventually and stuff like that, like had some stuff with training modes and challenge modes and stuff. But as far as like, you know, FMVs and galleries and stuff like that, it took a while for those kinds of things to catch on. And I mean, like Capcom and SNK and other like 2D arcade fighters were often pretty bare bones by the standards of what you would expect by the, you know, the late 90s or 2000s. Oh yeah, let me update the spreadsheet too. Toshinden has now been played. Let's see, which color do I use here? That's not the right one. No. There we go. And today is 2022-02-11, right? I think it's the 11th day. All right, you've got about 40 seconds to enter the raffle if you want to have a chance to pick the next game that we're going to be playing tonight. Instrumentation in the music is a bit goofy. But I remember having this exact reaction because I always, in my mind, like, Toshinden games have sick music, and then I play Toshinden 1. It's like, you know what? That's a bit rough around the edges. But I think 2 has like significantly better music, or maybe it's just all in my head. Maybe I'm just making this up even. All right, guys, get your rigging protocols ready. We're about to pick the next game. Let's go indeed, and the picker of the next game will be Reg 72380, or however I'm meant to read those numbers. Congrats. What is it going to be? What are we going to play? Guilty Gear Accent Core plus R. Okay, let me get some stuff set up here, and we shall get that underway. I mean, do note that I basically do not have much of a fucking clue about Guilty Gear, so I mean, be advised. But I'll happily give it a shot. I just hope that it like functions well. PC games have been known to be a challenge. And let me just preemptively set my display refresh rate to 60 Hertz. Because you never know when you're gonna run into a game that just does not function properly. Why is it set to... Wait, that's not the right monitor. Wait. Play settings. No, display 1. There we go. The hertz. There we go. I should probably... Yeah, let me get the disc out before I forget. Okay, well, I guess we... I'm not sure if I have this all set up correctly, but let's give it a shot. I don't think I have this fully... my, like, shortcut stuff is not all completely set up all that nicely, but we should get the... we should be fine. Guilty Gear. Let's see. There we go. That's the one. I'm pretty sure I've not booted this up once, so we'll see. I should have some kind of cover art for this. I believe I made sure. There we go. Some kind of artwork. Oh yeah, I should probably... Oh my god. Let me quit this. I should probably hook up the stick first. Bear with me, guys. The joys of streaming with real hardware and jumping between systems. I know you can't see anything. I just need to set some things up here before we can do this. Wait, that looks kind of whack. Let me see if I can just do that. Set this up. Display settings. It's as big as it gets, I guess. It's a PC game, so I have to open my volume mixer and turn it down also. Probably better. And let's see if we can... what the heck? Ah. There we go. Cockpit font, that's a good name for a setting. Normal, original. Okay. On, sure, why not? Oh, it's an interesting setting. All right. Okay, so these are Xbox buttons. This is a really weird preset, but I like that I can flip between presets, but they don't actually change. Let's see, so that's where... So punch should be here. That's kick, slash, heavy slash, dust. I guess respect goes there. I kinda can't stand the button layout in Guilty Gear. It's all whack, but Fine. We're gonna get, like, ultra destroyed, I feel like, by the bosses, but... Alright. Well, let's try default difficulty setting, I guess. What's up with this font here? Like, they added this setting later, and they didn't... I don't know what's going on there. It looks pretty whack. Controls? Oh, okay. It's so weird. Extra page for this, and then, like, half... whatever. Alright. Let's do it.
Please select your character.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some stuff is from, you know, some stuff is from the arcade game, some stuff is from the PS2 version, some stuff was added later, I guess. These pictures are so fucking hard to make out. Okay, we got like 12 seconds. So, I feel like Melia is like the one character I've played for about 2 seconds, and I guess Kai I played for about 5 seconds. Let's press the button and see what color we get. Well, I made a brief attempt for about 2 weeks, try to learn to play this because my friends were playing it. I did try Melia, but she felt like a terrible choice for a beginner character. She dies in a second. Alright, that's Encore. I didn't test that, but... Do that. So this one is... That's that move, right? I don't remember how to do anything, that's fine. There we go. Yeah, so Kai is like a lot more straightforward than someone like Melia. So I guess the dust doesn't launch. The air. This shit is so weird. Well, everything is weird in this here. I'm just like mostly trying to figure out and remember. Oh, what happened to the timer? I thought I started. Yeah. I must have just reset. Just trying to remember moves. Yeah, as far as the timer goes, by the way, it's obviously we're not doing like speedruns or anything. I just want to keep rough track of how long we spend with each game, because when we find ourselves stuck on some incredibly difficult, frustrating boss, and I noticed that I've been playing the game for like over an hour, then it's like, yeah, you know, it's time to call it. I usually want to give each... Whoop. I usually want to give each game at least half an hour or so. So it sort of depends on whether, like, what happens first, whether we finish it or half an hour passes, basically. But it's not like a hard rule that we only play. It's just that if I finish something in like 10 minutes, I'd rather stick with it a little bit longer. But yeah, as you can probably tell from, well, both my expert gameplay, but also the way I'm talking about it, I've just never cared for Guilty Gear. I've just never really enjoyed it much. I don't really like any of the characters. I don't like how it feels. I'm not like, I don't hate it or anything. I just, whenever I've played it, I just never clicked. It's not that I think the character designs are terrible or anything, but it's a combination of like how they look and you know, what they can do and how, like, the physics and the flow and the behavior of, like, movement and combat and everything just doesn't make it, whatever the characters can do doesn't look satisfying or cool to me. Compared to games that I'm more fond of. Oh, it's up to you, huh? Even the more recent... I mean, I played Exert for 10 minutes. I don't know. Like, it just doesn't... Looking at it doesn't make me want to play it, really. Like, when Exert came out, you know, whenever I try to watch competitive Guilty Gear, I just zone out. I find it, like, hard to watch an entire set without, like, checking my phone and stuff. I just, like... And it's not unique to Guilty Gear. It's kind of similar, whether it's Blaze Blue or Persona or whatever. Like just this style of the Arc System Works fighting game style doesn't generally. I don't connect with it really. I did have a decent time playing in one of the open betas for Strive. Like, I know before that game came out, it was like a lot of old school players were like not happy with it. And to me, like, a lot of what appeals to me with that game, to the extent that it does appeal to me, is, you know, it's kind of because it's... Oh yeah, you can... It's because it's nothing like old Guilty Gear kind of. Shit, he blocked the unblockable. There we go. But I think for almost any fighting game, to want to play a fighting game, I have to want to use a character. Obviously, the gameplay systems and the overall look and feel and everything, not to say those things aren't crucial, of course they are. But I can't really think of an example of a game where I've been attracted to the mechanics, despite not, like, you know, being attracted to the mechanics to the point where I'm like, oh, I don't care which character I play, I just want to play this game. You know. The thing that's going to make me care, it's going to pull me in, is generally going to be a character. And that doesn't necessarily mean, like, there are characters that I think can look cool. You know, I enjoy artworks of plenty of Guilty Gear characters. So when I say that there aren't any characters that appeal to me or that I find cool, it's more about, like, how they behave and express themselves in the game. And that in itself is also a reflection of how the game functions, right? Like, I used to think T-Hawk was, like, the lamest Street Fighter character. But then when I got into Super Turbo in, like, the early 2000s, mid-2000s, I realized that he's actually sick because his command grab is so fucking satisfying. And that made me feel like T-Hawk is a cool character because he can do cool shit. And I'm not even talking about, like, you know, O-Hawk loops or anything, but just, like, ticking into the 360 and just fucking grabbing dudes from across the screen. Like, that shit is just so fucking satisfying. And the way Guilty Gear looks and feels, nothing has felt satisfying in that way to me. Like, this, I don't know, that's just so goofy. And Strive, like, gets closer to being something that kind of appeals to me from what little I've played of it. But there still aren't really any characters that I really want to play. I think Giovanna is kind of cool. That's who I messed with in the demo. And I mean, they do a lot to make the characters really like charismatic, and like all the way it's animated, the little cinematic type stuff, you know, the victory sequences and all that. Like, there's a lot of cool shit like that. But you know, that can only go so far. Sure, if or how to combo off of that, but that's fine.
You win.
And that's the thing you mentioned, like characters being fun to press buttons with. I think I felt that a little bit more in Strive than I maybe feel in these games. But that's actually an experience I had very, very strongly with DNF Duel. DNF Duel I will buy on release because I had such a great time in that online beta. That's like the game that I just really surprised me, because I've done, I tried out like Xrd, you know, I tried the Strive beta, you know, I jumped into one of the Dragon Ball betas, and I just kind of instantly bounced off of it. Like DNF Duel, a lot of people were kind of miffed with the way it was set up. Like there's no training mode and everything is kind of awkward, especially when it was like happened kind of the same time as one of the KOF 15 things where you have like offline versus and training mode and everything. It was great. So knowing that, like, okay, well, I'm not going to learn how to play it. It's going to be really awkward. I'm just going to go online and get destroyed or whatever. Whether I win or lose, I'm not going to have any clue what I'm doing, so I'm probably not going to enjoy it. So then I jumped into DNF, and I just had an absolute fucking blast. Like, it feels super good. It's like they're very basic in a lot of ways, which is a refreshing change of pace from Guilty Gear. Like, it isn't as basic as it seems, because there are a lot of systems that just weren't explained at all. But it's basic in the sense that, like, you don't feel like there's a lot you have to understand to enjoy it. I mean, it's true for every fighting game, of course, but, like, it's not like you have to understand everything before you can begin to enjoy yourself. But the degree to which it feels like that could definitely be kind of different. And I don't know, it just felt really good and was really fun. And there's like 8 characters that I want to play. Hey, what's up, Tom Grunner? More Embu. I mean, Suiko Embu is fucking sick. Oihim Embu it's got its... I mean, I guess that would be a good example of a game where there's aspects of the mechanics that really appeal to me, even though the characters and the art don't really. But that has a good, like, feel to it. I'm curious what the League of Legends game is going to be like for sure. I mean, I'm absolutely extremely intrigued with what, you know, what to kind of expect in terms of, you know, the stuff that's not so much to do with the game, but, like, you know, what impact it will have on the marketing community. That stuff is interesting to me for sure. Oh wow, I didn't realize you were in midair. There you go. Like, I don't like games that are too crazy. Like, I think the Power Rangers game is kind of sick, but I also know that I would never be interested in like, playing it, like, anywhere halfway serious. Kind of same with Skullgirls. It's a cool game. I love the art. It actually has plenty of characters I would like to play. So I think I would have more fun, like, mashing buttons in that than a lot of games like this. I mean, same with Marvel vs. Capcom. I don't like the style of gameplay, but it has Marvel characters and Capcom characters, so there's no shortage of characters that I like. Both in terms of them being characters I like, completely divorced from the concept of the game, but also because they can do kind of cool shit. I mean, I loved X-Men vs. Street Fighter. Local laser tag place in my city had an arcade machine back when it was new. It was like the Japanese version and everything. So that was a very formative experience playing that game. So there's like some nostalgia and like connection there, but I've never like learned how to play Marvel 2 or Marvel 3, you know, really. So I mean, I don't like games that have like really long combos. I don't like games where you put assists or like you just put all this shit on screen. You know, like some of my favorite fighting games are like Virtua Fighter, Mortal Kombat 11, Super Turbo. Like those games are obviously all of them full of incredibly degenerate shit, but they're kind of scaled back. They're I like to describe them as kind of dry games. That's kind of just my taste in fighting games generally. And Arc System Works is kind of the opposite of dry. And you can do that. That's a follow-up to that projectile, doesn't feel like the cross thing. Am I thinking of something else? I forgot.
You win.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Of course, rolling out and like you can. I have many games where I start with a character and then I have some idea of wanting to pick someone else. Like that's been my story with Virtua Fighter. I kind of started playing Virtua Fighter with 4, where I played Sarah, and when 4 came out, or when 5 came out, I played El Blaze. And when Final Showdown came out, I played Ron. And every one of those games, I felt like I have a lot of these characters that I want to learn. But it always feels intimidating to like once you start getting to some tiny degree of comfort level with a character, the idea of starting from scratch with a new one feels so daunting that I just like don't do it. But in other games, I like don't really get to any real series level anyway, so I don't really mind bouncing around. Like with KOF, it'll be fun to see how that shakes out with 15, but with the exception of a brief period of 13, I never played any of those games particularly seriously, so it's been pretty casual. So I have this kind of pool of characters that I can pick from, never really learning any team or characters all that seriously. But the other thing about like needing a character to latch onto, like it's always, you know, there can be a massive disconnect between what kind of gets your foot in the door and what keeps you invested. But like that's not at all necessarily the same thing. You might discover, and that's the thing what I mean about the mechanic stuff, like you can absolutely have the system mechanics be the part that has you kind of invested. But the system mechanics are probably going to be what makes you... Oh boy. Nice. Whew. The system mechanics might be what hook you on a game and keep you engaged with it, but it's probably not going to be what gets you excited to try playing it. And without a character that makes me... Without seeing a character and go like, damn, that looks sick, I want to do that. Like, even if that kind of thing is like, oh, that was a sick thing that just happened, I want to be able to do that. Even if what enables that is the system mechanics, more so than a character, if you're seeing the game as a beginner or as an outsider, you're not going to be able to identify that as the system mechanic type stuff anyway. So it'll come down to like, I want to be this dude, and I want to do that sick shit. Or, you know, in some cases it can absolutely be just like purely an aesthetic thing. Like, I just like the way this character looks, I love their voice, I like their personality or their animations, or what, like, it could be anything. But again, like in the case of something like Guilty Gear, I find often that the way they do stuff like just doesn't feel that cool to me. So, oh, yeah, it's okay. Doesn't looks like a bug to first there. Alright, well.
10. Please select your character.
Going pretty well so far, I have to say. But now they're fighting back and like actually doing combos and stuff. I find it so hard to like see the life bars and stuff in this game. That's another thing, like everyone hated the UI in Strive, and I'm like, thank fuck, like finally a Guilty Gear UI where you can actually see anything. Yeah, stuff like this, like the weird, the way, like, hit stun works in these games with, like, air recovery, always super unintuitive and confusing to me. That was good. So that, I guess, just doesn't pop. No, I mean, it's a matter of taste, right, Tom Crunner? It's just, I mean, you can't... I can do my best to articulate what it is I don't like. But I don't think I can even articulate why I don't like it. It's just, it doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't, like, engage me. But I can't put it on some kind of scientific, you know, scale or anything. It's just, I don't know, it's just a very subjective thing. And because I feel that way about these games, I completely understand why folks might feel very similarly. Okay, that was kind of weird. You know, folks might feel very similarly about something like, you know, NetherRealm games. They have a very distinct feel to them as well. And I happen to really, really like the way they feel. But again, it's a distinct feel that if you don't like it, then you don't like it. It's going to be hard to, like, bridge that gap. I mean, in some cases, like, the Fist of the North Star game, I haven't played it much, but I love that series. I'm a huge Fist of the North Star fan. So, of course, there's a lot about that game that I like, and that's a game I'm, like, interested, you know, in theory, so to speak, to, like, learn how to enjoy. Despite it being, like, peak arc system works, in terms of weird physics and game feel. Oh, okay. I meant to fault the defense, but I guess I did something instead. I mean, the point being, I don't mean for anyone to have to feel like they have to defend why they like it or anything. I mean, I think there's obviously a lot of aesthetic stuff. Like, I absolutely adore its absolute devotion to its aesthetic. I think that's great. Doesn't help me read the life bars any better, though. Also, the sound design. I fucking hate the sound design in this game. It's so much better in the newer games. But all the sound effects are, like, it sounds terrible. Like, they're all piling up. It just sounds noisy and glitchy, and everything is, like, fucking 4 kilohertz sample rate. It's awful. So that's like one of the things that made a strong first impression on me. When I had friends who were really into this game, and I was like playing, I was like, ugh, like, yeah, like every sound effect is like flipping. And the worst thing is when you block super, so you hear like 12 block sounds stacking on top of each other. The dash and jump sounds, like, it's weird and it's like sort of idiosyncratic, and I understand that fans like want it to be that way. I mean, I'm the same way with a lot of like Virtua Fighter sound effects and stuff. But I do think in the newer games that they've definitely found that kind of middle ground of not betraying the feel of the sound design, but also not make it literally painful to listen to. Okay, we got him. Well, I'm not talking, Atomic Runner, about my experience right now. I'm talking about hearing the game 20 years ago and thinking, oh my god, what the fuck? But I feel like that's just something that was just always part of the DNA of at least this game, because, I mean, the first Guilty Gear is very much like that, too. I think with Xrd, it was like the first time they were kind of like, alright, maybe we can compromise with some of this. Because I feel like it's not like it was beyond them to figure out how they conceivably could have made it not sound like that. Fine. Always found damage in these games to be kind of weird too, but it's... So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do there. I feel like the first time I made her like cancel out of that a few times before she started shooting. I don't know what happened or why. Do this. No, okay, well that didn't help. I'm trying to find where her life bar is so I can see if I'm hurting her. But I couldn't quite figure out what was going on.
10. Please select your character.
See if we can get lucky.
Duo. Let's rock.
Maybe figure out some way to get lucky in Guilty Gear 1. Maybe I should try to go for a gold burst because I never used the burst anyway. It doesn't seem like it can use it. So I was thinking like maybe that was unblockable or something, but because I thought I tried to block it before. Oh, okay, no, I just... Alright, I see. Yeah, like I said, I was trying to determine whether she was taking any damage. It didn't seem like it, but... so the second time I was like, alright, let's just block it, and I took like 30% damage for blocking it. So I guess I got a FP. Oh, okay. So, alright, why? Does it sometimes just go... Is it if I get hit, then it starts flying all over the screen? Is that how it works? Ah, it's so hard to see what's happening. Oh, having to... Like, there's at least no, like, load times. Having to mash through this every time is still, like, aggravating to me.
Heaven or hell? Duo. One. Let's rock.
We're getting closer to having some sense of what's going on. Do that. Oh, okay, wait. I'm not sure why that happened, but that's fine. Oh, I didn't do that. I thought you were supposed to not take any chip damage, but I guess she just does so much shit that doesn't matter. So what's that big yellow flash? When, is that not like instant blocking, is it? So when she does that weird black screen, is it if I'm hitting her that it goes bounce? Because, I don't know, the behavior seems super inconsistent. What? I didn't think I would get hit. Dude, it's so hard to like just remember which button special moves are on too. Oh, it's slash button. Okay, I see. Like that's one of the things that always made me not like the button layout in Guilty Gear is super unintuitive. Obviously, it's like anything, you can just learn it and it's fine. It's whatever. But because I don't play these games, it's a hill I have to try to get over anytime I mess with them. There's like no there's no like, you know, there's punches and kicks and they come in free strength levels or anything like that. It's just like a row of unrelated buttons, but two of them are kind of related, but slash and heavy slash are still like different enough that it's not matter. Like I don't know, unintuitive as shit, and it really annoys me. And just the way they're like physically placed on the joystick as well, just adds to that like. It's like a mental hurdle to clear to just have an innate feel for which button I should press, or what physical location corresponds to what action. It's like, I don't know, that's kind of what I dislike about Guilty Gear specifically, even compared to other Arc System Works similar games, is that so much of it feels like it's like deliberately engineered to be not obtuse or difficult necessarily, but just like unintuitive and idiosyncratic for the sake of it. We'll see how. Like on occasion, it feels like we're learning some things a little bit, but then not really.
10. Please select your character. Heaven or hell.
So weird, like you can skip the intro, but you have to watch it for like 3 seconds before you can skip it. Mayo Monkey, thank you for the follow. Oh! I touched her once? Alright, we got half the pixel chip damage there. Oh, that's right. Okay. That's how that works. Remembering now. Oh, okay, right, okay, it moves. I see.
Let's rock.
No, my inputs are so shit too, like I can't fucking super from this side. Guess it looks like it was punishable. Oh, I didn't need to do that move. What's the point? I was gonna say, actually, I guess I could, staying alive for 5 more seconds, I could at least get a little bit more meter back. I mean, I remember, actually I think probably my first experience with Guilty Gear was playing Guilty Gear X on my Dreamcast, with a Dreamcast controller. I just remember playing it an afternoon, and being stuck on the boss for like an hour and getting really angry, and then never playing it again. But me not like, not liking Guilty Gear was not related to that experience. Oh my fucking god. Alright. Shouldn't have walked forward that last pixel. It's stupid. Also, I don't like know any combos, and with little I can do, I feel like I barely drew from player one side here. So, oh, I just like going nuts now. Of course. We're getting there though.
10. Please select your character.
Beginning to understand. Skip, please. There we go.
Heaven or hell. Duo. 1. Let's rock.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I shouldn't have ducked. Oh, that's... I fucking hate... Every dust in this game looks like a fucking low and it's an overhead. That's the dumbest shit. Again. Weird stuff that's like designed to be idiosyncratic. Nope. Trying to block, but I guess I did it wrong. Oh. Look at the fucking active frames. Like, I'm in the corner, but she's like still mostly off screen. I can't see. The fact that she jumped out of my combos. Oh. It's like, what do we even do there? I guess I can maybe jump over her. I think when I tried to do that before, it still triggered the thing, but maybe I did something else to trigger the weird full screen, whatever.
10, please select your character. Heaven or
Super,
hell?
yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it's like trying to do some double jump air dash or something or other. See? That still happens. I don't understand. Maybe I'm too close to her? Ah! Whoa, how did that not kill me? How did this... Oh, I mean, whatever. Damage scaling this game is very strange.
Let's rock.
Might as well, right? Did you block that? I'm so scared to punish her because if I do it too early, I explode basically. So what's his other super? He has another super, right? It's like a super projectile, right?
Your character.
Oh, there we go.
Heaven or hell? Duel. One. Let's rock.
Oh, punch. Okay. Now, no wonder I couldn't figure it out. 'Cause I don't use the punch button for anything. And I'll give it a shot. But then, weird layout. I forget the punch button exists. Might as well just FD. Oh, it should have bursted, yeah. Oh, okay, well, whatever. I was like, I tried to do a reversal, but that's just a bad idea. Oh, I stood up 2 frames too early and I took 50% damage. Sick. Alright, there we go. I can do that a lot more easily from the one-player side. That's worth it. For that, if nothing else. Mr. Headache, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So, like, hey, that's not what you're supposed to do. Alright, I didn't mean to crouch. So, like, does anyone know what I'm supposed to do when she does the full screen pattern? Or, like, the giant, big spread?
Select your character.
Because I don't think I've had her done that once without triggering, like... I haven't been able to avoid it.
Heaven or hell. Duo. Let's rock.
Block it? Okay. So there's, like... And that's kind of stupid, but I wouldn't put it past the game. That combo, okay. I know I can't hit buttons after her dust or whatever it is, but I still keep trying like a fucking idiot. Stand in front of her, neutral double jump. I guess the timing is pretty specific then. Ah. Boss up the weird instant super too. I should have bursted way earlier than that. That was a terrible burst, but luckily. Okay, nice. Oh, that was... Because the pattern disappears and then... Yeah, okay. So it's like pretty... straightforwardly telegraphed.
10. Please select your character.
I'm getting the hang of it. I'm getting the hang of it. Unlocking the power of the other super is definitely a big help.
Heaven or hell.
Because it gives me some way to like use my meter for damage or something, anything. Oh, I didn't mean to do that move. I'm trying to cancel that into super, but... I guess I could have comboed off of that, but combos are weird in this game. Oh! Ah, too late. But I kind of want to... Kind of super. I want to see if I can get the timing down. Yeah, I was trying to, like, find opportunities to use the dust projectile, but yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, see stuff like that, dude. I guess I don't know for a fact that it's punishable, but it feels like it should be. Like, I've successfully hit her out of the, or like after super, and it feels like it should be, but it's not, like, entirely clear. Like, where the fuck did that hit? She, like, she puts her hitbox off screen outside the corner, and I get crossed up by it. Yeah, my real problem is just, I can't, like, mentally piece together a combo because I can't remember... Like, I go completely by sort of, muscle memory, more so than, like, knowing anything about which normal is which, because I can't... Like... What's the word? Intuitively have a feel for... I mean, it's not just a matter of, like, knowing what each normal looks like so you can visually recognize which is which. But having some sense of, like, oh, that's probably a medium kick in Street Fighter or whatever. In this game, I don't have that at all. I don't have any sense of what's, like, a slash or a heavy slash or a dust or whatever. Especially with the special moves, like, it's really weird. I know... The game this time. I know, I guess, like, the punch is a punch, and then the slash and heavy slash use the weapon, but it's like... Even just seeing it written out, like... I have to spend, like, 3 seconds to think about which button is which. Then you have, like, man normals and stuff, which makes it even more confusing. Yeah, okay, I don't know about punishing there, because I, like, hit her and then... Yeah, she was, like, jumping while she was getting hit. Ah. Alright, that was pretty sick. It was, like, not at all a real combo. I'll take it. Nice. I think that's my first round. I mean, I've been close for a lot of times, but... What the fuck is that? But yeah, like, the rules for when and how you can recover after getting knocked into the air is, like, incredibly arcane and unknowable in these games. Yeah, she gave me 1 round, and after that, she was like, nah. I mean, I didn't play very well, so... That's fair. Her super triggers at HP intervals. That's interesting. Makes sense, I guess.
Heaven or hell? Duel. One. Let's
Make
rock.
that would explain why she like falls out of my combos to do it. That like, how the fuck is that an overhead? Like, she shoots guitar noises into my feet and it's an overhead. It's because it's Guild Gear, and that's what Guild Gear is like, but it pisses me off all the same. I mean, that's just Guild Gear. That's just what dusts are like. Dusts are overheads that look like lows. I mean, I don't know. I think that's her dust. I don't know. I mean, what I get hit by afterwards, whatever. I wouldn't know the difference. That's not going to piss me off. It looks like a Guilty Gear combo to me. Like, do you think any Guilty Gear combo is going to look more or less legit than another one? You're sorely mistaken. I actually had the mental awareness there to mash burst. Of course, it was like unburstable. Proud of myself for at least thinking about it. Oh, I could have certainly punished there. Okay, I tried it super. There we go. But I keep thinking she's got that other where she like spins around and there's this red blade that comes up from the ground. I keep thinking that's a dust because that looks like it would be a dust because it doesn't look like an overhead at all. I get hit by it, so I'm not sure if it is an overhead or if I just not good at blocking. Walking in this game is still a bit of a challenge. Okay. That's nice. That works out nicely for me. Could have been a lot worse. I'm dead. We're getting there. I'm certainly not nearly as frustrated as some people in chat seems to be.
10. Please select your character.
This is like the I mean, technically, well, I was gonna say this is like the first fight where I feel I'm actually making an applied effort to understand and improve.
And
then I was like, well, maybe Saul, he defeated me, but like, no, not really. I didn't mash with it significantly more finesse at the time I beat him. So here you actually have to kind of not know what you're doing necessarily, but like I can't go in nearly as blind as I did in the earlier matches. Oh. Okay, I was not expecting that to hit. Damage scaling. Alright, we got her. I'm very lucky that that comboed. I don't quite understand that move because sometimes it doesn't combo the butt slide. Or whatever. Combo there when I needed it to. Got for us. No better than to try to crouch block when she's air dashing at me, but nice. Some space. Nice, okay. I couldn't punish her, but it didn't hit me with the burst at least. I don't know if that would have made much of a difference. To the super. There we go.
You win!
Nice. Sub-hour.
相手になんねんだよ、クソが。
Well, I don't know that it's over. The real boss coming up? I think I got an achievement at least. There we go. Congratulations. That was fun. Like, I still don't like how it plays exactly, but it's satisfying. Like overcoming hurdles and reaching some level of, I mean, not understanding of the game per se, but understanding of what I'm attempting to do. But yeah, to go back, speaking of which, you know, to the earlier conversation about Arc System Works and Guilty Gear and other games, like, I was into Blaze Blue very briefly when it was new, because it was my friends, like, that's what they were playing. And I liked that better than Guilty Gear, because I liked the button layout and the drive system. I think it's pretty cool. And that I actually had characters that I liked there. Not that I really played much. I played Tsubaki in Continuum Shift. That was like the one version of the game that I played. I thought Makoto looked cool, but I had pretty much fallen off the game before she came out. And it also seemed like she was maybe a little difficult to play. But there are other characters too. Not necessarily that I'm like excited to play, but I at least thought were kind of cool to watch and see. And Blaze Blue, I definitely, I wouldn't say that I like followed it competitively at all, but I would, like, when it was on at EVO, I would kind of enjoy watching it. But I got so crazy with 50 new characters, and like BB Tag I've barely even seen in motion. It just feels like attempting to jump into, or like even dip your toes in a game like that when it's so, I'm not even really talking about like the competitive level being high, but just a game that's so sort of mature, when the game is already by its nature kind of overwhelming, just the way it's, you know, the way it plays, the way it looks, it's a lot to take in, and it's a bit just a daunting looking game, and a daunting game in many ways. When it's also like kind of old, again, I'm not really speaking of the fact that anyone you would be able to play with would be good at the game. It's more so that just, you know, the way stuff have kind of evolved in that game itself, in terms of even something as simple as like content being added to it. You know, with each new iteration of Blade Blue, in some way it's going to be like less catered to new players, because the feeling of like being able to grasp what it is and jump in is going to be diminished when there's like just more stuff. I'm not saying it that necessarily is the case, but just in terms of how it like feels, how it's perceived, you know. And I mean, at least in my case, you couple that with the fact that it's a style of game that I already find not necessarily appealing, but just, you know, by comparison, something like Strive or even Exerd, those being kind of a new, fresh start, like it becomes a more appealing kind of point to jump aboard, as opposed to trying to get into like a legacy game. But even then, like if you as far as like, you know, like Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown coming out, like more people are getting into that. Every now and then there's like these kind of campaigns to get people into, or like even this game when, you know, the new netcode thing came out, or KOF 02UM and stuff like that. It can be kind of intimidating, but I think some games are just more so than others like that. But maybe that's just my personal bias speaking in terms of like what types of games I find intimidating to begin with. Glowforge, what is up? Try adding you as a Steam friend to gift you a game. Well, I'm going to take a break because we've been going for a while. So why don't I investigate that during the break and see what's up? Yeah, we got there. But thank you, Reg, for the pick. I enjoyed this. Again, I'm not a big Guilty Gear fan, but doesn't mean I can't have fun pressing buttons. I shall take a break, recuperate slightly, stretch my legs, get a glass of water or something, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. And when we return, we'll do another raffle and see what's coming up next. See you guys in just a little bit. Let me see. Where's my break scene? There we go. See you guys. All right, I guess we can hop over to this scene again. I'm back, and we shall start a new raffle. Let me set that up, and we'll get that underway. I believe that is set up, so let's do that and hit that button. There we go. Raffle is open. I have raffle in chat to have a chance of picking the next game. Am I going to get King of Fighters 15? Yes, absolutely, without a doubt. In fact, I will be playing that on Thursday for sure. I'm getting the PC version, so no early access for me, which is fine, whatever. But yeah, I've been very excited for King of Fighters 15, and we've been watching trailers and talking about it frequently on stream for the past 6 months to a year. So I'm very excited for it. I saw that it's, I guess all the influencers have it now, and there's, I guess, some... Well, I don't know if there's an embargo lifted or whatever, but I've seen, I haven't seen any video content, but I've seen links on Twitter to people posting some videos. I haven't been keeping too close an eye on that stuff, but I'm not necessarily strictly avoiding everything either, because some stuff, you know, talking about characters and whatnot, it might be a good idea just to have a slightly easier time to hit the ground running. We're over the 50% mark on the list. We are for now, yes, until I buy 5 more games, and then maybe not. But yeah, we have slowly but steadily outpaced. You know, the rate of playing games is outpacing the rate of acquiring games. But yeah, the list has grown exponentially. Well, not exponentially, but you know, the original list was just. You know, we first did this, that's the thing, 50%, but it's been a long time, because the inaugural Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game stream, this is number 13 of the, like, current season, I guess, of Channel Point Redemption style bonus streams, which we started, I guess, almost exactly a year, well, slightly more than a year ago, because basically it's been one a month for 2021, and the 13th, now the first one of 2022. And that wasn't the start of it, though, because we'd done it intermittently during 2020, because New Year's Eve 2019 was the very first one. Last chance, by the way, guys, if you want to join the raffle, you got about 15 seconds, including Twitch lag. I have raffle in chat. You wanna pick the next game? So for that stream, it was all MAME arcade stuff, and then after that, I started adding everything from my collection. Let's go! Boom! Glowforged Misadventures. Congratulations, you are the winner. And you get to pick the next game. So that's really why the list right now, why it even has any amount of emulated arcade games on here, is because those were games that I put on there for that first inaugural stream, when I was like, mixing, you know, jumping between consoles, that's going to be way too complicated. Let me just pick whatever appropriate games I can find that I want to play on MAME. And then I didn't want to, like, once I sort of copied that list to do this, I didn't want to take anything off of it, so they've just stayed there. But I started off adding anything I could think of that I had in my collection that was appropriate, and you know, that is it's over 2 years ago, so I've picked up more than a few fighting games in the time since. Glowforged Misadventures, are you with us? Please give us a sign of life. It's fine if you want to take a minute to peruse the list, but do let me know that you're here at least. Otherwise, we'll have someone else pick, I guess. So, just let us know that you're around and ready to pick a game. I guess I don't have a time. Well, actually, I can see this. It's been a minute and a half since your name was called, so give you another minute, I guess, to acknowledge that you're here, or else we'll re-roll it. Yeah, thanks for the tag, Swordfam. Good looking out. I can barely reach my keyboard as it is over here, so. Hey, you're there. Let me know what we're gonna play. You won. That's why we're calling your name and tagging you, so you can let us know that you're in chat and can pick a game. Yeah, please don't like enter a raffle and then if you don't intend to stick around for winning it. But it's okay, you're here now. Street Fighter HD Remix. That's going to be interesting. I'm going to have a lot to say about that, I'm sure. All right, cool. Thank you very much for your pick. I will require a minute or so to set this up, but we'll get that going. I haven't played that in a long time, and there's a lot of that about that game that that I don't like very much, I guess you could say. But yeah, I haven't. So we should be fine. Hopefully I have this like scene set up properly. Oh yeah, we have to change the... Actually, let's probably turn this thing off. And we'll have to configure our capture here for component. It should. Okay, is this like not plugged in? I guess it's not plugged in. I would explain that. Mess of cables here. It's there somewhere. Bear with me, guys. It goes this way. I have to like reach behind stuff to plug in cables here. But I'm unplugged for one reason or another. There we go. Guess we should do that. That looks a lot more correct. Okay. We can get rid of these jams. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix. Look, questionable artwork. All right, let me boot that up and set up some... Sure, I guess. Or maybe not. Fuck it. Oh, that's fucking loud. Okay. That caught me off guard. Alright, hop on over to input here so I can actually see the game. ggxxac+r. Had some fun with this game. I mean, so have I. But it's there's a lot about this game to sort of critique on a lot of different levels, and I won't get to it, I'm sure. If I had Ultra Street Fighter 2, would I have more or less to say about it? I have no way of knowing because I've never touched that game. I really desperately want to play it. You just can't fucking get Switch games for less than like 40 euros though, and getting a physical copy of that at this point, I'm sure is haven't gotten any easier or cheaper. I have it in my wish list for the in the eShop, but it's I'm not sure if I've ever seen it on sale, and if it has been on sale, it's like it's like 40 euros or something, maybe down to like 35. It's like I do actually have an arcade stick for the Switch now, but it's terrible. It was like a 60 euro stick or something that I bought mostly for like shits and giggles, and possibly to mod it or do something with it. But at least it works with the Switch. So I mean, I guess I'd rather use a shitty arcade stick than try to play on the Pro Controller or a Joy-Con or something. But that was also like kind of but like spending that much money on a game I would barely be able to control just doesn't seem that tempting. But Ultra Street Fighter 2 seems to be a shockingly fascinating game that I would love to mess with. So one day, for sure. This game elicits a lot of opinions. That's true. That's true. Yeah, Ken theme for the title screen. It just starts off like that. Game audio still. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can. I guess I can do this. I hope that's better. I don't have a very good. Don't have a very good setup for dealing with audio levels properly. That's something I need to look into at some point. But yeah, like you boot it up, and it's Ken's theme. Like why? Why? That like it's perfect in a way, because I think it's like perfectly encapsulates my feel of how is it harsh to say disrespectful the game is of what the original was, because it's American made. I mean, a lot of it comes from that, but I make no association with Ken's stage being in America or whatever. Like I don't mean in that sense, but like I think this so much of like the art and the presentation and even the game design, like a lot of the approach to this version of this game feels like, what's a good word for it? I don't think disrespectful is exactly the right word for it, but it doesn't show a lot of reverence for it. Like, it doesn't. I feel like you can kind of tell that some of the people involved in this were like kind of old school American FGC people who probably kind of like, I've always had this impression, right, that like a lot of the American scene, at least like the old school scene, they see Street Fighter 2 as kind of, how do I put it? Like, I was gonna say their thing. It's hard to express what I mean. I guess it's like related to, if you are on the English-speaking internet, you will no doubt notice, except maybe if you're American, I guess. If you are not American and you spend any amount of time interacting with people in English on the internet, you will know for a fact that a lot of communication that happens in English on the internet is like extremely America-centric. Like, Americans will broadly assume that anyone on the internet is American if they speak English. And I feel like Street Fighter 2, like in particular, because of its place kind of in history and in like the FGC history, so to speak. Like there was, and I think like that's partially because of Capcom America's like localization and whatever localization efforts or lack thereof. But I think to a lot of that audience, to a lot of people who experienced it back then, my view is that like a lot of people, I think, only saw a very kind of narrow sliver of what Street Fighter 2 was, of what the world of Street Fighter was, of what Capcom was like, and it was all filtered through what Capcom USA, you know, chose to release and put forth. But it's also filtered through kind of the local American kind of culture that arose around it. And I mean, that's foreign to me as well, so I can't speak to that authoritatively or anything. And I think it's just one of those things that you can see in small and big ways in how people relate to Street Fighter, like even today. But it's like extremely vivid in some aspects of this game where it's like you look at it and you know for a fact that there's no way this could ever have come out of Capcom in Japan. Which to me, like, it's almost like, regardless of the kind of quality of something, at least if we're talking like aesthetics, it just kind of feels wrong. Like, for something to be this sort of celebratory thing, we're reviving this thing, we're revamping it, and we're putting a new fresh coat of paint and whatever, it's just inherently feels bootleg and outsourced, and it's like this Americanized, sure, but also just like it feels so detached from the original in a lot of ways. And taking this, for example, I'm not saying it's like, oh, it's so American, they use the American character's theme song, but no, it's just like, it feels, there's a kind of cavalier attitude to, I guess like cavalier is maybe a better choice of word than disrespectful, but like someone felt like this was the rockingest song, or like maybe the most recognizable song in the soundtrack or whatever, as opposed to like, you know, recreating the intro or actually using the, you know, a theme for the game or whatever. I happen to know also that like there's been artwork I think shown at some point in some art book or something. Like there is art done for the intro, like the arcade intro, but it was cut because I think this game was also like, this came out in 2008 and it came out fairly close to the release of Street Fighter 4. And I think at that point, Xbox Live Arcade games were still extremely limited in file size for like how large they could be. So presumably for that reason, there's a bunch of stuff like that was like cut. But seeing what the recreated art in this looks like I don't think it would have looked great either. But also like the art too, like I've been a big fan of the Udon comics. Certainly at the time I liked them a lot, and obviously they've had a bunch of different artists work on them, and I like some of them more than others. I think like this drawing of Ryu, I want to say that's Alvin Lee's artwork, and I forget if he drew those like portraits or stuff, or if not him, it was like very much they were done in his style. All these like character select screen portraits. Some of them are pretty decent. Some of them are pretty rotten, in my opinion. But the art is, of course, like the big problem with this game. I mean, yeah, say what you will about the weird design decisions with the rebalanced mode, but hey, you can at least play with the original game balance, right? The art, what fucks with me the most is like the character sprites are wonky, they're not done well, and they're kind of weird. But they're like the least offensive part of the aesthetics of this game. The UI is pretty cheap looking. The stages are terrible. They're butt ugly. and they're super inconsistent in style. They're also missing animation. There's like less animation in this than there was in Super Turbo because they have to like cut frames or whatever. The remixed soundtrack is pretty shit. I don't know. But I remember, like, to go back for a second, before we'll play eventually, don't worry about it. Like I said, I have a lot to say about this game. I remember following the development of this game and being very being very mad. I was trying to say angry or mad, but I was very mad when, because they were posting these, like, sort of preview drawings of like individual just character drawings, which were not how they ended up looking in the final game. But I remember there was a sprite like of Boxer, and on his trunks, on the like the front of his trunks, it says Balrog. And I remember being so upset at that because ever since I learned about the original character names when I, like, in 1992 or whenever, like, I heard about that and I knew of it back then. Like, that was not a new revelation in any kind of recent thing, you know? But for as long as I can remember, I've always, like, kind of disliked the American character names. And I mean, that feeling has only gotten stronger with time. And I can understand for kind of marketing purposes that, like, well, that kind of is what it is. It's like, I'm impressed that you know, Nash is just Nash in Street Fighter V. I thought that was surprisingly, like, I didn't expect them to do that, but they did. Of course, they have, I guess they're saying that his name is Charlie Nash, which was never the case, by the way. Like, I guess in the American versions, that's kind of how they played it or whatever. But they just, like, the thing is, like, in Street Fighter 2, in Guile's ending, Guile talks about his buddy Nash, and then in the English version, they're like, that's a strange name, let's call him Charlie. And then he became Charlie when he became a character. And so that's cool. But Capcom USA has a terrible habit of just, like, well, I shouldn't say that they do, they did back then. They changed so many things, and character names only starts to scratch the surface, but like fucking Darkstalkers, like half the roster has a different name in the English version for no reason I can think of, really. It's really weird. So I never liked that. Having said that, I can understand if, you know, decades and decades of our merch and marketing and whatever has established this. So at this point, yeah, I can understand that they are sort of trapped with keeping what they established back then. That is what it is. I can't really, I mean, it can annoy me. I can wish that any Street Fighter game would just give me the option to toggle the names so they're the Japanese names, but whatever. But actually putting the American names, like etching that in permanence into the actual character sprites themselves, that is just a bridge too far for me. Like, that tells me that, like, you as an American fan making this and remaking this and working on it, whatever, is like taking in inappropriate amount of ownership. And, you know, basically, I mean, I'm sure long before that, anyone in Japan would look at this and see it as some kind of weird overseas freak show. So, I mean, that would probably not be where that would not be the straw to break the camel's back for them, maybe, but like that would have happened long before. But I think it's just something about that like so strongly rubs me the wrong way. Like, and it's just a tiny example. In the final game, that didn't end up being the case. Presumably, not because of any hesitance to do such a thing, but more so because if you actually put text on a character sprite, of course it's going to be flipped when they're facing the other way, and that's going to look stupid. So they didn't do that. But the fact that they thought that was like a good idea or even okay, I don't know. Like, of course, I mean, I have probably a above average, if not somewhat unreasonable level of, well, I don't want to say that, I guess, but like reverence towards, like, you know, as I've learned more about the Japanese side of things, I guess, just like interacting with Japanese Street Fighter players and fans, being exposed to more of the like ancillary material that was around at the time, and like getting a better understanding for what Street Fighter means and what it is and all of that, to a, you know, in the original context of where the game was created and its original audience and community and everything. There's so much of that that was just never properly exposed to the global audience. And it's one thing to like, I can't be like mad at someone for being ignorant of things they haven't been exposed to. But to make that very kind of, to me, audacious sort of assertion that like our version is the correct version, this is what we should celebrate, this is like, that feels so weird to me, and I think that's what this game feels like. And I mean, I'm fine with that being, I'm fine with having that version as long as it doesn't like overwrite anything else. It can be, I'm happy that this game exists because it is a weird novelty. And, but like from the perspective of like making the game, I mean, I know that like Serlin is another whole story, but like he had some very strange design ideas for what he wanted to call Street Fighter 4, with like the, you know, third person 3D thing and with a like a rewind button and shit. Like yeah, it's fine to design stuff like that, but it seems a little, let's just say, it doesn't surprise me that the person who would release a game called Chess 2 would design something like that and feel like it's appropriate to call it Street Fighter 4. I mean, I guess that's showing a similar level of reverence towards the game of chess. Nothing else a crystallized artifact in the state of the community in 2008. Yeah, I mean, well, the American community very specifically, but yes. And yeah, the green hand, like that's another perfect example. That's another thing that pisses me off about this game. Like, it's like the entire game is like built off of these early 90s ideas of what Street Fighter is, based on, again, that like tiny sliver of information that came through, and without like, hey, I wonder what the actual name is for this special move. Fuck it, let's just type it up in the move list what I think it's called. Well, I mean, and in case people are not aware, by the way, this game was never released in Japan. Capcom of Japan never published this in Japan. And honestly, I was really surprised when Ultra Street Fighter 2 actually was announced and was shown to make use of artwork from this game. Like, I'm kind of shocked. They redid and changed a lot of it. I mean, they didn't like redo all the character sprites or anything like that, but like all the portraits, the UI, the sound, like it's a different game from this. It just like happens to use the art assets from this. It's like kind of surprising that because otherwise Capcom in Japan did not seem to like acknowledge this game. They also like this game sort of came about because the Xbox Live Arcade of Street Fighter 2 Turbo had been very successful, and that was also never released in Japan. So it was a very like Japan was very hands-off with these Street Fighter things. I mean, when this was being developed, they were in full swing working on Street Fighter 4, of course, but which is like kind of when they didn't give a shit about this, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, Street Fighter the movie. Well, there's been conflicting reports on the veracity of that claim that it was like pitched as Street Fighter 3. But that's kind of neither here nor there. I think it's a different thing. Just you know, just the making something in 1994, 95 versus 2008 puts things in kind of a different light. Anyway, we'll hop into this about the game. Yep, of course we got the American button names because of course we do. Someone asked, we're gonna play with the new balance, whatever, and I would say yes, of course we are, because whether this game is, you know, my interest in playing this right now is not about getting the optimal Street Fighter 2 experience, but we want to experience what makes this unique. So we'll definitely play with the ugliest graphics, and we'll play with the shittiest music. We'll play with the surlinest balance, and truly experience this game for what it is. Yeah, like, stuff like this is good, and this is following up the video that Serlin made for what was it called? Capcom Classics Collection, I think, for PS2. Well, there was a first one. I think Capcom Classics Collection Volume 2 is the one that had Super Turbo on it. And it came with like a 20-minute video or whatever, where he, like, it's a video of all these things, like explaining, like, that was, I mean, I played games kind of competitively a little bit, but you gotta remember too that was like 2006. Like, YouTube was barely a thing. Like, tech videos of explaining concepts was like not really a thing. Of course, there were like combo videos, you know. You can check out these sick like KYSG Tekken videos. You can go to Combo Vids, and you go on this like FTP, and you download these sick fucking NKI combo videos and whatever else. And you know, there was some stuff like Majestro's. He did Sonic Hurricane was his site, and he put up these like pet clips of showing things. But it was such an like extremely niche thing, and video editing and production, like, needless to say, wasn't really in the same ballpark as it is nowadays. So within that context, like, even having anything like that, but also having this like collection of old games that had like documentary or explaining thing, like whatever. I mean, this was the day of SBO DVDs and all that. And I remember being really blown away by that video. Like, it was really, really cool. Like, it explained all this stuff. So I agree, like, for sure. Like, it's like, for everything that's messed up and stupid about this game, you can definitely see some, and I think that ties in completely with what I was saying about, like, this could never have come out of Japan. That is a double-edged sword, because you wouldn't have seen, I mean, that's true today still, right? You can see games like Guilty Gear Strive and certain others, like, making surprising moves in terms of, like, innovating content and features and quality of life stuff and whatever. But broadly speaking, for the past 10 to 15 years, like, every push in that direction has come from, like, the community side of things and /or like non-Japanese developers, basically. Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution, saying that it has a good tutorial grossly under appreciates what that game does. It comes with, like, it doesn't have a great tutorial. It has like dozens of hours worth of content per character, with like tutorials and lessons and drills and exercises, and like there's a, like, the training mode itself, it actually, by modern standards, it's definitely missing some stuff that you would expect nowadays, but it has like 50 times more stuff than you would see in any game for the next 10 years after it came out. But the sick thing about it isn't like the tutorial, like, it's not a tutorial, it's not the training mode, even though those things are good, but it's like It's broken down into like all these different levels, and it has like every part of it is interactive. You get to practice like 50 different types of option selects and like offensive and defensive strategies. Like it's 100% a game that you could learn to get good at without ever playing another human player. Like it's got pretty much anything you could ever want. Like it'll legitimately teach you the game. It has like a glossary of terms that you can just read through. Like it's yeah, like it has a combo tool where like literally you can pick you pick your character, and then you pick your opponent, you pick if it's open or closed stance, you pick if it's counter hit, you pick a move, and the game will tell you, oh, this is the optimal damage you can get off of this situation. Just like that. Trap, what is up? Welcome, Raiders. We will eventually be playing some Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix, but I have probably about an hour's worth of ranting about what's weird and dumb and stupid about this game before we get there. Giving credit where credit is due for stuff like this that's actually good. Like there's definitely been some stuff that's done really cool things with tutorial. Like I think the MK11 tutorial stuff is pretty good. Like it can't compare to VF4 Evolution, but like the actual training mode, a lot of what VF kind of pioneered in that the actual training mode is actually somewhat common nowadays. Stuff like being able to not just record the dummy, but you can record like 5 different things, and you can have them played back randomly, and you can even set like percentage rate. Like let's say you record them doing a low, or you record them doing a mid, and 80% of the time they do the low, and 20% of the time they'll do the mid. Like you can set that up, and that's something you can basically do in at least some modern fighting games. But back then it was pretty crazy. So, I mean, there are exceptions, of course, but broadly speaking, it's pretty much, like, it's not exactly controversial to say that most innovations of that kind do not come from, you know, these Japanese developers that have been around. Anyway, yeah, I like that they, there's no apostrophes on the names here. Examples are Ryu's Dragon Punch, Guile's Flash Kick, and Honda's Headbutt. Like, come on, man. All the things to fuck up. Yeah, VF is, I mean, it in some ways kind of exists in its own world. That's definitely true. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty bold to try to explain something like a safe jump in like text. I do like the pictures, but like without the context of understanding what this sequence is, I feel like these pictures aren't really going to help you understand the concept of a safe jump all that much better. I mean, it's still pretty cool though. Like they did what they could. See, like this is done correctly. I don't know if you still see this done properly in most Japanese, but even look, it's so funny. Even the button icons is JSF, SFH, FW, and RH. Like, fucking hell! Like, how full of yourself do you have to be to like insist this strongly on like, oh, we have to like? I mean, on some level, I guess it's like, well, they attempt to be consistent, so they don't want to mix together these American button names with like the real button names. But then you end up in a situation where like they're so unintuitive, they're so unhelpful compared to like punch and kick, light, medium, heavy. Like it could not be simpler. And instead we get this shit. And it's so weird too, by the way, because it's interesting when you look at a lot of the early American like Street Fighter 2 materials. You look at like the flyers for World Warrior and the stuff that shows up, like it's mostly the same materials, but you'll see it on like the marquee, like the arcade cabinet design. And it's all like extremely literal translations of the Japanese materials, including the special, the names of the special moves. And a lot of that, like the weird translation stuff, with the exception of the boss character names being switched, like there was like brief period in time where some parts of Street Fighter 2 was like sort of faithfully translated to English, but that disappeared very quickly. I mean, the game itself, like all the endings and the wind quotes and all that shit was all messed up from day one, of course, but someone involved with some of the materials outside of the game, like that was done kind of correctly. But I mean, these button names and shit, like that was on the cabinet, I'm pretty sure. So I guess that was one of those parts that was kind of messed up from day one. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, offensive crouch and forward flip, backwards flip. We don't get to set offensive crouch and forwards flip. So here we go. Actually, can we? Yeah, let's just default this. Yeah. Graphic style HD. Oh, yeah. So the widescreen. I'm gonna turn this off because I mean I would never choose to play Let's Way because it's super cramped and awkward and weird. Like I was like thinking about keeping it this way because it's you know, for the full HD remix experience. But it's actually gonna crop off a lot of the like the stages and whatever. So I kind of want to. We're gonna see more of the beautiful artwork by sticking it in 4x3 here. Free beer, what's up? Song is a banger. I mean, enjoy it because this is like the one decent music remix in this game. All the other music is like terrible. Oh yeah, this is the thing. I guess there's like a bunch of overscan anyway. This doesn't really matter. Audio settings. Oh yeah, let me like. I'm just looking at my OBS capture. God, it's so fucked up. I have to like turn it down. Put it back up again, and now I can raise it on my end. Like for it to not like be blasting like mega loud, have it turn it down to like nothing. Yeah, it's like clipping again now. Yeah, I guess we'll have to do this. Because when I turn it up or down on my end, it doesn't affect the audio coming through in OBS, it seems like. Granted, any other sound now is going to be painfully loud, but whatever, it's what it is. The game audio style. I like that there's just a little gap in the middle of the highlight there. Whatever. Remix. Let's play the shit music. I don't like the only part of the music that I really remember is the Balrog's. The Klaus theme, which is this like weird hip hop beat. And I remember like I don't remember if it was someone involved in the game or whatever. Like I just remember someone being like, "Yeah, this is so fucking perfect for him," like because he's all what's the word? He's like narcissistic and he's like he thinks he's the best, so it's like some fucking diss track or whatever. I was like, God, this is so embarrassing. No, the buttons have nothing to do with the game. It's because I have a Japanese PS3. The button layouts is on a system level thing. So they actually did that correct. There is a handful of American games that doesn't change it. I remember there was one game. I don't remember what game it was. I want to say it was like a Silent Hill game. I could be wrong about that. But I know there was some game somewhere that you cannot play on a Japanese PS3 because they like fucked it up so the X button simultaneously confirms and cancels. So if you like press a button to go into the main menu, you just like cancel out of it immediately and like, well, there you go. Yeah, I can't fucking believe PS5. I mean, it's a sign of what the fuck's up with Sony. Like they're fucking it's the fucking Surlin PlayStation 5. They're just like the fucking Sunnyvale Golfland culture spreading over the globe and just like erasing the fine history of Japanese games and whatever. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Anyway, what else do we want to set up? So if I set default all. Oh, okay, so if I set it to default, it'll change it so, like, depending on... Yeah, because we can pick which game mode we play. Yeah, we're gonna do... I mean, it's kind of cool that they let you change these things, regardless of which mode you play. Yeah, the fucked thing, too, about the button things too is like is that I feel like X, like universally X confirming, and especially circle being cancel, that to me feels like a super recent thing, all things considered. Like I feel like most stuff I would have played on PS2 would have had like circle to confirm stuff. Like American developed games would have X to confirm and triangle to reverse, or like triangle for cancel. So X becoming confirm and circle being back and like acting like it's the most natural thing in the world. I don't know. I feel like there's some it's some fucked up Mandela effect thing going on there with that being like ever seen as like at best it would have been inconsistent with Japanese games doing it one way and American games maybe doing it a different way, but it becoming like a norm, and then with the PS5 just like I don't know, it's super messed up. I mean the most fucked up thing is that you can't like on the PS3 and PS4 it's like it's a system region thing. Like the region of your console determines what your button layout is. And I feel like it would be so easy to keep it a system level thing, but give the user the option for what they prefer, and like let them set it one way or the other, and fine, default the overseas consoles to one way and the Japanese ones to the other, but like why not give us the option? It's so messed up. And there's even some games where the button layouts change. Like I want to say, I remember playing Demon Souls on PS3, and like the interact and run buttons are toggled on a Western console compared to a Japanese console or something. I could be misremembering, but I vaguely recall that. Anyway. Radar games mess me up because it seems none of them agree on what buttons should be confirmed and canceled. Like, C is confirmed in like 90% of games, and a lot of games will allow you to use A as well. But, in the rare occurrence of coming across a game where B is confirmed, like, it's extremely messed up. But it's like fucking Power Pro on the Super Famicom. The Super Famicom, which is like not widely regarded as being inconsistent with that kind of stuff. Like A is confirmed and everything. In Power Pro, it's like the Y button. The Y button it's Y or X. I forget, one or the other. It's like completely bizarre. Anyway, guys, how about some HD Remix? View single player game types. All right, what do you got for us? Arcade mode, training mode. There's a training mode. That's pretty sick. HD Remix or Classic Arcade? The all-new HD Remix mode. Let's do it, guys. Easy, medium, hard, expert. So I will say this, at least this is not based on the American ST difficulty level, to my knowledge, which is good. Because that game is fucked. We're fighting maniacs. We're fighting champions. It's pretty good. But let's go medium.
Should be able to remap functions on a global system level. I mean, modern consoles generally allow like accessibility options to remap anything to anything, but that's not a great solution because obviously it'll remap everything in every game too, and they typically don't really allow for profiles to make it like convenient to set up profiles per game, or even you can't really set it so like, oh yeah, I wanted to have it this way in the system menus and in every game's menu, but not during gameplay. Like that wouldn't really work the way it is set up. But because the confirmation within game menus here, for example, is set on like a system level setting, like Trap said, it's just not exposed to the user for some reason. But that shit pisses me off too when there's stuff like that. There's another great example is like language options. Games that come with multiple languages but won't let the user manually set languages, but will base it on system level settings. Street Fighter 4, in fact, I have the Japanese version of Street Fighter 4, and I think that one might just be fully like monolingual. It's fully in Japanese in every way. My PS3 is Japanese, so it would have been on there too. But I would, I mean, as you can see, my system language is English. Well, you can't see it now, but it's in English. But it doesn't let you change. But I've played other games where it's like a game that might have Japanese voices, but the only way to get Japanese voices over English voices is to set your system language to Japanese, and then like you can't pick English subtitles. Like, how the fuck do you even think that's okay? Like, why would you not like? I don't know. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Yeah, Overseas Super Turbo is like the computer just cheats in a lot of different ways that aren't fun or interesting, and like it doesn't really matter what difficulty you're playing on. Like it's just jacked. It's kind of stupid. Like the Japanese one isn't exactly easy. But like the US version or like the overseas version, like computer just does way more damage and takes less damage and shit like that. It's dumb. Anyway, let's finally play the game. 15 seconds. All right, we don't get to... It's kind of interesting that this is in 4x3 also. All right, we can... Oh, her face is so messed up. All right, I want to pick Guile, but I wanted to look at every portrait first. Like, some of these portraits... Actually, I think Guile's portrait is pretty damn all right. But some of them are pretty whack. Load time.
Round one, fight!
Yeah, so in Ultra Street Fighter, dude, the text message pops in from the the black area outside the screen. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, he's got the wait, is it the heavy? Is it the heavy flash kick that moves forward super far? I forget. The announcer's so shit. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, but look at the top left. Okay, he got the first attack. Whatever. Like whenever these messages pop up, they I don't know. They show up over the the black area of the screen. It looks really stupid. Oh yeah, that's the heavy flash kick with the extreme forwards momentum. All right, we win.
You win.
Yeah, the Lost portrait looked kind of whack.
China. Round one, fight!
This stage looks so bad. So this is kind of funny too, by the way, because I mean every stage looks terrible. There's like 5 different art styles. Like they put these Vespa ladies because they couldn't like animate any more people on bicycles. But like the people are like all in different scales. Look at the like right behind Chun-Li. There's this mom and her kid. Oh yeah, the timer, whatever. Look at that child, fucking demon child. And like the ground texture is like weird bland CG. The rest of the background also has this like very bland look to it. All the background characters are like some weird cartoon style that doesn't match the player characters or the background. Character heights seem wrong too. Like the characters, like I don't know if it's just the background characters being so grossly oversized, but oh yeah, that's a new thing. But like the Chili and Guile just look weirdly small.
You lose.
Oh yeah, the win quotes is another really bizarre touch. Wait, hang on. So I pressed heavy punch and I got the green color. If I hold the button, okay. Or maybe I just timed out and I got the default. Because yeah, it doesn't default to the ST default color. It defaults to the original, which makes sense, I guess. Yeah, the particle effects on the projectiles don't like match anything either. There's just like so many different art styles going on. It's supposed to be a super.
You lose.
What's up, newborn?
Round 2. Fight.
This game is strong bootleg energy, that's for sure. But you can see that like the UI looks so kind of bland.
Round
I think the font used for the text, for the names and the text messages is actually pretty alright. It's like obviously styled after the Street Fighter 2 logo. Looks a lot better than anytime anyone tried to use the Street Fighter 4 font for anything. It's just not a font designed for text. I mean, like, of course it's designed for text, but like not without
You
very
win.
specific kerning and styling for the specific like name tags or whatever. Easy operation. Yeah, so the win quotes and shit. It's so weird.
USSR.
Like Super
Round
Turbo,
one.
like every
Fight.
version of Street Fighter 2 has a very strange and incomplete English translation. Like it's a bit different per character, but in Super Turbo, every character has like between 4 and 10 win quotes in the Japanese version. Questionable damage there. Music's so like dissonant.
You win.
In the overseas version, instead of between 4 and 8, everyone has 1. And the one win quote in the English version of Super Turbo is generally a awkward mistranslation of one of the original quotes. Oh, fucking hell, I couldn't get the super to come out.
You lose. Round 3.
So in this game, it's like, oh yeah, so we're finally able to address some of that, but they didn't. Because what they did was they just created a bunch of new win quotes. Is it like 1 pixel of chip? Ah, trying to go for a tick throw.
You lose.
Yeah, this song sucks. So this soundtrack, yeah, sooner or later I pile drive everyone. Shit. Okay, so if Heavy Punch, well, let's try it. No, okay, it is blue. Okay, this is the color I would normally always use.
USSR.
I must have just timed out that first time I got the green color. I do appreciate that his color changes when I continue too. You can see different. That's always a big pet peeve of mine in fighting games when there's a lot of different character colors, but you only ever see the default colors or costumes. Should try to do the super, it's whatever.
You win.
Oh yeah, so the sorry, I'm like ping pong between all these different things I want to talk about because there's no shortage of things to talk about in this game. But yeah, the soundtrack to this was I don't know what the exact like logistics of it were, but it's basically an overclocked remix community,
You win.
you know, collaboration. So some of the songs that are in this, I'm pretty sure were on OC Remix before this, and others were like newly made for the game. Because obviously, you know, there's not going to be a bunch of OC Remix versions of like the game over jingle and shit like that. But like almost every single song. How do you block that? It's supposed to be a super.
You lose. Round.
Yeah, almost every single song is weird. Character sprites just feel like they're scaled weirdly. Like I said, I think it might just be because the backgrounds. It's all the background NPCs. All them NPCs, whatever. They also feel so out of place. Just look at the way they're dressed. Like it. Ooh, okay. Like it feels weirdly anachronistic. Like these guys up front, I guess, are broadly faithful to what they look like, but everyone like further back. I don't remember any other dial changes. Alright, I should have fucked up. I should have commented to the boom. There we go. When in doubt, crouch immediate kick.
You win.
Yeah, it was released as kind of like an album thing. But yeah, none of the remixes are very good.
Round one. Fight.
Some of them are okay, like in a vacuum. Like I don't maybe hate this one, I don't know, but I don't really like it. But it's like it's all right. But in the game, in the context of the game, it's like terrible. Nice. This is honestly probably the least offensive looking stage also. It's a very weird little white fringe on the like transparent outline of the bridge, which is a bit messed up, but like the weird looking perspective, like that's all what it looked like in the original, so you can't really blame this version for any of that. But like basically I think this stage looks alright on account of there not being any people in it. So it doesn't have like 5 art styles. The input reading is still pretty strong
You
there.
lose. Round 3. Fight.
It's the coolest move in the game. Of course, Cammy and DJ are gonna have their American voices. That makes sense.
You lose.
That's another bizarre Capcom USA thing, by the way.
9, 8.
Like changing, like they keep changing the names of special moves.
Round 1.
But I think Super is the first time they actually had them record different voice lines. Oh my god, that was supposed to be a somersault kick.
You lose.
But I probably would have jumped over her anyway.
Fight.
So weird, by the way. She's like taller than Guile. Like her head is larger than Guile's head. Like I can't imagine. Like I haven't sort of looked at this too closely, but I know you can play with the original sprites, and there's like surely there's no way it could be like inconsistent between different characters. But it might just be the way they're drawn. Like it just doesn't seem to line up properly. It's really strange. Horse. Oh, I didn't. Why did I press that button? Oh. Okay. Oh.
You lose.
It do be like that sometimes. Yeah, so see, that's her original win quote from Super Turbo. So you do get like,
England.
they kept all of those and they added a few more, but I think most of the quotes they added are just like original. Oh, I'm not sure Serlin wrote them personally, but let's call them Serlin inventions. Also, I guess the shading for Guile's top is just fucked up in this color palette. Dude, shit is so stupid. Like, it's okay when you're playing against a real person, because like, look at his shirt. It just like flashes in the wrong color. Got a little lucky there.
You win.
It's very strange.
Round 2. Fight.
Nope. Oh boy. Recovery frames. Oh nope. I was supposed to do a super.
You lose.
I kind of saw her jump and I just froze up.
Round
Could have just
3. Fight.
uppercutted. Guilty Gear may have like arcane damage calculations, but Super Turbo certainly no.
You win.
Not innocent when it comes to inscrutable damage.
When in doubt, I sonic boom.
Japan.
Okay. I guess that could be. I don't remember.
Round 1.
At some point in, I translated all the win quotes from Japanese Super Turbo. Like I looked up all of them. And I can't remember if it was. It might have been around the time,
You lose.
around this game's time, because I was like upset at the win quotes being messed up.
Fight.
So at one point I was pretty familiar with all the Japanese win quotes, but that was definitely more than a decade ago, so I don't really remember. Oh, I thought it was still good. Oh, that was a bad jump.
You lose.
The tone down random damage and input windows? Probably.
9.
That would make sense. It seems like a thing that they would change.
Round 1. Fight.
Yeah, this one is really like has that. I mean, I guess all stages, in my opinion, has that very plasticky look. Well, it's not even. I don't know. It's like very weird kind of CG, not like pre-rendered, but like digital illustration style. All right. Like the floors on most stages look very fake and weird.
Round 2, fight!
Yeah, I mean, again, most of the like perspective stuff would have been kind of inherited by the original, so I can't be too harsh on that. Although, I mean, in some cases, it's just like more kind of evident. I didn't mean to hit that button.
You lose.
Like in some cases, maybe not with like perspective on things, but quirks that are either more obvious or just like there was room to interpret them kind of more strangely in the higher resolution.
You win.
I mean, I think it doesn't really matter how you slice it.
Jamaica.
These
Round
the art in this game is uglier than the art in the original. Yeah, so I think the dancers in this stage, they're like missing a frame of animation compared to the original. All right, I don't know how I pull that out, but I'll take it.
You win. Round 2, fight!
What's going on with this song? It's so weird. Oh. Nice. Okay.
You win.
But yeah, like everything's just like this smooth digital painted look on all the natural environment stuff, and then all these
Brazil.
cartoon people.
Round 1.
But they're not like cartoony people, like with the same drawing style as the player characters. Dude, look at that like thick black line at the top of the like floor we're standing on. It's like they've painted these like gaps in the planks, but it's just filled with solid black because it's not transparent.
Round 2, fight!
Look at what's up with the proportions of that guy standing there with the fish. Also, Honda's vertical ball, like I'm so confused by how he's moving. Granted, that's a pretty typical thing with Blanca, but pretty sure the vertical ball is like pretty different. The electric effect looks kind of decent. Yeah, I'm dead.
You lose. Nine, 8.
Falling for bad. All right, Banana Guile, let's go.
Brazil. Round 1, fight!
Well, look at the children on the right. Like, what's going on with them? And that woman, question mark, in the middle. It's like she looks like she would be not an adult, at least not a child. But then her body, like her legs are about 40% too short. Like everyone's head is weird. Like, they're so weird. That's so like the new heavy flash kick is so strange. It's because it's
Round 2, fight!
it's not any safer. I guess it just like feels like it would be safer because it like goes forward so fast and whatever. But it still has like a shit recovery. I mean, it makes sense. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but I find myself like trying to use it in very stupid ways. Oops. All right. All right. Dude, that input reading is strong. sure that he does have a quote like that, though. That's the thing, like, it's not like all of the win quotes are awful, or that they're all like weird made up shit. Like some of them are, I'm pretty sure, but it's so like inconsistent, and like they made the effort of like adding quotes, and I think definitely some are like proper translations, but they did it, they just didn't do it properly, which seems like a strange middle ground. Fucking input. What do you even call it? You can't press buttons during slowdown. Also, I guess it's and that's not an HD remix thing, by the way. That's just Street Fighter 2. Kyle's shirt is fucked up. That didn't have anything to do with that color palette, which makes sense. It's just a thing. When he walks backward, his shirt is just messed up.
You lose.
I think what what sort of bothers me about the win quotes, or what I think is lacking,
Brazil
is
round
well, maybe more things, but they don't really feel like they're written in the voice of the character. And I remember that's one of those things that kind of stood out to me when I was looking up the original Japanese quotes, where it's very instantly obvious, especially when you come across whatever quote was like the basis for the, you know, the one quote that ended up in the English version of the game, that if you look at the list of Japanese quotes, you can see like, it came from that one. That's what it was meant to be. But just due to like character limits, you know, the text is very truncated for the English version, so you lose a lot of nuance. And sometimes that nuance is just like straight up part of the meaning goes missing. In other examples, it's some of the kind of flavor and personality of the character, or some combination of both. I'm trying to do the super honestly. Yeah, not a lot I can do there.
you lose.
I realized the power synthesis. Because like Blanca's an interesting case because of course you wouldn't necessarily have a great idea of what he would talk like, but so like the one example I can think of off the top of my head is Boxer. His quote in the English version is "My fists have your blood on them," which sounds like kind of threatening, but it's also kind of whatever. Doesn't necessarily mean much, I don't know. But in the Japanese version, the quote is like, "Ugh, you got your blood all over my fists." Whatever, like, the tone is I guess I can't say the tone is different, but there is a tone to that is like kind of absent in the English version because it's so, the writing is so perfunctory. And actually Guile's quote too, when it says, "Go home and be a family man," is a lot more nuanced because he's like, he says something like, "You must have a family as well. You should go home, like you should." He's like, he's sort of, the implication I guess is kind of that he feels like he is too far gone, but he's like, you know, you haven't lost your family yet. You should like go see them while you can, or whatever, like something along those lines. And that's not really conveyed by all caps, "Go home and be a family man!" exclamation mark. And I mean, I understand it. Character limits is like the bane of Japanese to English translation to this day. But it wouldn't have been, it's not something that would limit them as much in this game. But I think actually looking at, like, it's interesting because I feel it could just be me completely conflating my memories of those translations with vague recollections of this game. Because I can't remember verbatim what any of the quotes were in Japanese, just like the rough meanings and how they, like, some of those changes that stood out to me are the ones I kind of remember. And I feel like some of the Blanca quotes actually that we're seeing here are like, yeah, that's, I don't remember that being, if not faithful specific translations, at least a lot closer to the spirit of the Japanese original game than the whatever. I forget even what his quote is in ST. Because I never liked Blanca, and like anytime I would play Super Turbo, like in Versus or whatever, in the last 15 to 20 years, I would have been playing the Japanese version. And for playing any Versus of Street Fighter 2 as a kid, Blanca would never have been a go-to character. Get that move over, we got him. Seeing you in action is a joke, that's right. Easy operate. So that's definitely not a quote from the original.
USA.
That's something they just, hey, that's the thing he says.
Round 1. Fight.
Dude, I always, like, oh, this dude, oh, I don't like the stage. I mean, they took out the fucking Serlin Nugget or whatever. There was some reference to Serlin in this background in some version that they took out before the game was released, if I recall. But like, look again, look at the characters. Look at this weird dude with the gray hair standing here. Like, how tall is he and how big is that car and what's going on with, like, the guy in the coat, I think, is also maybe missing a frame of animation.
1.
Like, I realize that that's fucking Escalade or whatever. Like, it is a very big car. But is it like 8 feet tall? Like, the bikini girl is like a totally different scale and size. Like, it's so inconsistent. It drives me a little bit nuts.
USA.
And it's like some of the character designs are the same, and then others aren't. Like, look at the guy with the tank top and hat. Like, that's so anachronistic. Looks really weird. And even the guy with the parachute pants, like, I always thought he looked kind of goofy in the original too. But it's drawn so weird here. I think you look at, like,
1.
all the characters behind the cars, like, what's up with them? How are they scaled? You can kind of make out the guy just to the right of the yellow dude.
1.
Like, he's really short, I guess. The perspective is just
Round 3.
very confusing. Like, the car on the right, too, like, it seems very strangely sized for that kind of car. It's weird-ass lounge music version of this song. And I guess there's only one girl instead of two. Because it was too expensive. I could see through all your moves. You're no match for me.
Spain.
This game is it's a mystery.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, this fucking song. Oh yeah, sick flamenco music. It's so exceedingly jarring, like all the characters in the background that are like completely redesigned. Even the ones that are like in a t-shirt and jeans, they just like don't look like they belong.
Fight.
Yeah, so the female dancers in the center, they're supposed to have 2 different frames of animation. They're not supposed to just flip back and forth. Or supposed to, but like in the original. Like again, I'm sure that's not a matter of incompetence. It's them cutting corners to fit the game in very strict limitations.
9, 8,
But it's still like kind of an embarrassment for what you would think, to the people making it at least, should have been, you know, the
Spain.
definitive version. Like I don't think it is or ever would be, but you would think like if you're redoing art like this, like surely that's how you would approach it, right? Guys in t-shirt snap. I mean, I'm sure there's some stuff like that. I'm sure some background characters are sort of based on, maybe not backbone staff, but probably like friends of the artists or the artists themselves. Be my guess. I was trying to do the super.
You lose. Round 2.
There's just stuff like that completely all over the place where the game's just taking liberties big and small. Music just sounds completely like out of tune all of a sudden. It's like air-to-air acts are so annoying to deal with. I'm super fabulous.
9.
Remember which color is which, mixing it up a little bit.
Round 1. Fight.
Rating with the plastic. Alright, sure. Alright, that works. I don't think that actually comboed. But
You win.
I'm not sure if it would have said.
Round 2. Fight.
I will say this song is actually kind of, in some ways, not as bad as I remember it, because my main recollection of this soundtrack is hating this song. I don't think it fits at all, and I think this, like, the fast, like, near KO version sounds awful. But, like, in and of itself, not as atrocious as I recall it. Like, this part.
You win.
It's, like, really dissonant and strange. Also, the music doesn't fade out. The music just cuts abruptly.
Thailand.
Next fighter, battle in Thailand.
Round
I don't think
1.
that text is in the original. Sagat looks so weird. The voice really does not fit with the way he looks, does it? Oh, that was bad. The roundhouse. There we go, that's better. Got him. Gotta be a little careful with the timing of the jumps.
Round
Yeah, he's obviously much more modeled after the later version, which is a shame. Like, it would be much more interesting to kind of do a version. I think, honestly, my favorite incarnation of Sagat, like, visually in a game is SVC Chaos.
You lose.
I think it's a really cool mix. Like, he's so
Round
monstrous, but he still has a lanky kind of look to him. Like, I like the way he looks in Street Fighter V, too. But he's like, it's hard to explain because he's obviously, like, he's massive in SVC Chaos. Like, comparatively, he's probably larger. Like, he's probably, the height difference between him and other characters is probably larger there than it is in most other games. But he has this, like, really hunched over stance, and he still has, like, kind of his
9.
he has a very bulky frame, but he has, like, this very V-shaped torso, and he has his limbs still has this kind of sinewy, wiry look. He doesn't have this like. I mean, I guess it's not exactly a bodybuilder physique, but he's got this. It's so like chunky all around. Well, I say this, but I mean it's basically the same as the Street Fighter Zero. I mean, it's the same vibe. God Super is so fucking hard to use well. Oh, that was bad.
You lose.
Looks like a Baki character.
Round
I mean,
2. Fight.
I'm not sure if I completely agree, but I can see where you're coming from with that comparison. I mean, like I said, he does look monstrous. But it's like the one version I've seen. Like, I think it actually is a pretty good match for some of the artwork. The Street Fighter 2 era, like Street Fighter 2 Turbo artwork of Sagat, where he is not completely divorced from the way he's drawn in the game, but still like much more imposing. And I mean, I really like the way he looks in Street Fighter 2 also. Reach. Oh, that works. Luckily, sometimes they just kind of give up. Hand you the win. I'll take it. I'll take it. Oh yeah, he's got the fucking Tiger Knee juggles in this. I forgot about that. Dude, okay. Boxes. I remember the fucking beta version when Ken could juggle, like, you could do like medium Shoryuken to medium Shoryuken, it would like juggle mid-screen. I think Sagat could do like, I could have mediated super. That was a bad joke.
You lose.
Sagat could do like Tiger Knee, Tiger Uppercut, and it was a combo. It was like some stupid shit like that. But I think he retained some of that. Like the way the Tiger Knee hit, it hit both times. On as anti-air. Like that's not a thing in original ST.
You win.
Yeah, I think probably when they did that like online demo beta test thing, which by the way is like kind of a wild thing to see in a game back then.
Island. Round
It
1.
must have had I mean, I'm sure they didn't let you play with many characters, so it might have been that, like, Ken was one of... Maybe you could only do Ryu and Ken or something. And it was like discovered, like, instantly, and that was the thing everyone did or whatever. Actually, maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it wasn't an online thing. Maybe it was just a demo. I remember it... In my head, it was an online thing, because I know for sure... whatever that demo thing was, it was not, like, the final game was different. Ryu vs. Ken, yeah. Like, all these tourists, like, look at the guy in the back with the fucking soul patch and bandana. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, and this guy back here with the cargo shorts.
You win.
Oh, it was online? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I just, like, realized, like,
Fight.
really had to second guess myself. Again, speaking of Mandela effects and whatnot. Stage, like, the stage itself, it's interesting because I guess, like, now I'm sort of used to the Street Fighter 5 version and whatnot. Used to is maybe a stretch, but, like, I have that sort of... I think I have the Street Fighter 5 version of this,
You lose.
maybe more... Weird face. More, at the top of my mind than the original version. Either way.
Island.
Every character, every stage that has a single character in it, it's gonna immediately look worse. This one, I don't know. People aside, like, it has a very Rilo. I mean, this is definitely, it's probably one of my least favorite stages in the original. It's so funny when they just walk. It's like they're not even trying to not die. But I mean, I'll take it because most of the time they will definitely, they will try to not die by having you get killed first, but he's really jumping. Oh my god. Okay, sure. Let's just eat that on wake up. You're no fucking apostrophes. You're much stronger than before. So you remember me, Bison? You remember killing my friend Charlie? You've come here for revenge. Go ahead and finish me. No, I'm not a murderer like you. Rest in peace, Charlie. I know now that revenge won't bring you back. When I become obsessed with avenging your death, it consumed me, destroyed my family. This art's actually pretty decent. Like, art that's like self-contained like this works pretty well. Jello's gone. Fight is over. Please come home. You want me back? You're ready to come back to us. We're ready to forgive you. The lack of apostrophes is fucking me up. Best husband and father he can. That's kind of like. Huh. So that's like a straight up new, like, line of text that was added. But it's so weird that like, for me, I'm so used to seeing these endings with the final artwork. So like in Super Turbo, they added one new illustration to every character. So like after you after like the end of the ending, there's like one last picture. Yeah, this staff roll looks so shit. I should look at this because there is some yeah, OC remixers. I'm gonna look again because I want to see the Udon art credits real quick. Oh, and just back here. No, but like, so in Kyle's ending, the final picture has him. Actually, no, that's even like in the original ending, isn't it? Like him sitting there with his the dog and his family and shit. I can't remember, but it's weird to not see that at all in the ending. It's also kind of weird that this, speaking of like unlockable content and galleries and stuff, like it's kind of whack that this doesn't have an ending gallery that you can like unlock them and look at them. But yeah, when you have these like series of illustrations, it looks alright. But again, like it's weird that Chris, she looks so old, or she looks like a, you know, a 9-year-old or something in the original. What was I gonna say? Yeah, and like the clothes, like yeah, I would actually really be interested to see what all the endings look like in this, because I don't remember them at all. I'm sure some of them have some really egregious and weird changes. There's a lot of people. Oops. Capcom. Original development team back there on page 8. I mean, sure, that's how it goes. There we go. Yeah, Alvin Lee did the portrait illustrations. Yeah, Longvo is, I think of all the like the long-standing Udon artists, Longvo is probably my least favorite. Never been a big fan of him. I think Alvin Lee and like Arnold Tsang were the two kind of, I feel like, big sort of names or faces of Udon Street Fighter stuff, because I think Arnold Sang did a lot of this stuff pretty early on, but I think he left not super long into their kind of run. Like by this point, he was already gone. But I think Alvin Lee is I think Arnold Sang, I liked his art better, but Alvin Lee is probably the person whose style sort of most defined the kind of Udon style. Arnold Sang went on to, he did character art for what was it called? APB, the MMO, which I was like primarily excited for because he had done like super sick character art and like character designs and concept art, and the character editor seemed really sick. But then it was an MMO, and then it failed instantly, and then it was a free-to-play MMO. And I actually tried it, and I realized that wow, this sucks. And you can't actually make cool-looking characters because you have to grind for 50 years and or spend a bunch of money to actually get anything cooler than a white t-shirt. And then he did character designs for Overwatch eventually. So he's done pretty well for himself, I guess. Yeah, Omar Dongan. You can definitely see his style in the background characters. I don't mind his art, actually, but again, it's just like the style of everything doesn't fit together and all. And I would definitely say that the background characters are not his best work. Yeah, they had a couple of different artists doing the endings. But like I said, in and of themselves, like self-contained, at least Guile's ending, I think, looked pretty alright. Looked better than most of the game. Anyway, very fun revisiting this game. I would actually kind of, if we weren't doing this stream, I would love to just jump back in and play this more, just like see the other endings and shit. But we have more games to play. We're gonna stop the timer there, and we'll set up for a new poll. So give me a sec while we do that. Let's see, where's the button? There we go, the raffle is open. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance of picking the next game. Yeah, I mean, I was big into the Street Fighter stuff. I mean, I followed like the Udon comics very closely at this time. I was into the Soda Toys action figures. I was pretty active on the like SRK forums and other fighting game adjacent forums. There's like people I sort of knew from the like the SRK fan art forum who like went on to, like, I know Edwin Wang, I think his name is. He goes by Iron Pinky. He does a lot of stuff for, like, he's done a shit ton of stuff for Udon. But he's doing a bunch of stuff for like the PCS collectible statue type stuff. I want to say he would like post stuff there that like not at this time, but like you know, in the earlier 2000s, stuff like that. I could be getting him mixed up with someone else, but I was definitely kind of, yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of those people. Let me update the spreadsheet as we wait for the raffle. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo HD Remix has been played. And today is still 2022-02-11. I hope that's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong on everything we played today, at least. That's something. Reset that as well. I guess we can trying to think, like, I guess we didn't see Honda calls him. Do we get a pick stage, or how does this work? Oh yeah, we do actually.
Japan.
Japan.
Round one. Fight!
There's a lot of this, like, characters sort of wobbling when they move. Like, the sprite alignment is a bit not quite correct. Oh, this would be kind of interesting, actually, seeing all this, like, Japanese writing and stuff, see if they messed that up. You know, honestly, this is actually... a fairly decent looking stage. Again, like, it's much like Kami's stage. It doesn't have a bunch of characters in it, so... Let's go! Pretty shitty. Anyway, let's go. Where's my Nightbot? There we go. Roll it. Lamasaur, congrats. Well rigged. I'm sure you've got... I'm sure you've got something cooking. Skullgirls. Huh. Yeah, the blur effect looks really weird. And always, the water falling out of the bathtub always looks super fucking weird to me. Anyway, that's HG Remix. Not gonna play this for a while, I'm sure. Alright, well, let's turn this off, I guess. Is this how you do this? Like, I don't remember how to use a PS3. So I'm gonna guess, I probably have Skullgirls on a couple of systems. It's probably on Steam that I have listed here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have it on there. So let me actually keep the joystick. I'll just use this. Set up for that. Oh yeah, let me switch this back. 60. So I played Skullgirls, you know, a tiny amount when it first came out. I think I've bought it at least twice again after that, but I haven't really played it. I actually have a physical copy for PS4 that I got like a limited run. Like, I don't really know what kind of compelled me to do it. I'm happy to have supported it and everything, but it's still wrapped. Not because I intended to keep it that way for, you know, for it to appreciate in value or anything. I just, like, I bought it and it's like, am I ever gonna play this? I don't know. All right, so I guess we do this. Should be more or less correct. Yeah, I mean, I never as we've covered, you know, I'm not super into kind of Marvel style games. I mean, it's like Marvel 2 with a bit of Guilty Gear in it. It's kind of, as the way I understand its DNA. I was mostly a fan of Alex Ahad's artwork, and I was like, I was familiar with his work before Skullgirls became a thing. I understand he has, like, maybe not to the level of Mike C, but he is also kind of, from my understanding, shown himself to be not a great dude, I guess. I don't know. But at the time, you know, it was exciting, it was cool. And it's obviously, like, he hasn't been involved in it in a long time, from what I understand. But regardless, I did always like the art and the kind of personality. There we go. I'm staring at my Steam library trying to find where it is. Play Skullgirls. Yes, okay. Let me do that. Let me update some oh yeah, I guess all these logos and stuff are going to be updated now. That makes sense. They are working on it. Pretty funny. The season 1 is being released like 12 years after the game comes out. I know it's super loud. I'm going to fix that in a second. Get a little better. The soundtrack to this game is by Michiru Yamane, at least partially. don't know that it's her best work, but it's all right. It's not bad. It's like some of it just has a vaguely phoned in quality to it. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the synth instruments in this intro that I feel that way about. I don't know. All right, I have a tiny little window here, so I'm gonna mess a bit with this. Yeah, we'll do that, I guess. Oh, it's kind of interesting. You can actually an option. The stages is something I really like in this game. I come back to this game very often in my work. Some of you may or may not be aware that in my job, my day job, I do various things for my day job. But one of the things I do is I teach game art at a vocational school for game development. And I think this game does such an excellent job with like how they approach the melding of 2D and 3D, of utilizing 3D to kind of bring 2D environments to life in a way, you could say. But you could also say that the environments are kind of built in 3D, but they're building on their very strong 2D skills to leverage all those techniques and tricks, even though it's modeled in 3D, like composition and colors and values and all that kind of stuff, but like how the foreground elements pop from the background elements and stuff like that. And it's like really cool how the backgrounds are kind of painted, but then they take those 2D paintings and sort of split them up into the elements and apply some of them to sort of 3D shapes. And other stuff, I guess, is probably more actually kind of built in 3D, but for the most part, it's just 2D elements that are split up and reshaped and sort of applied to a light, like perspective shifting thing. I don't even know how to put it in words very well, but the effect basically is these stages look as if they are just 2D paintings, but they have full like 3D perspective and they look really natural. And unlike the game we just played, the characters and the backgrounds fit together super well in this game. So probably I'm gonna assume, yeah, this is gonna, there's gonna be like a button check thing in the character select, right? So I think it's gonna be fine. That's pretty cool. So I'm recalling because they, oh wow, that's pretty sick. They actually have full, because when Arc System Works, like, localized this for Japan, they recorded Japanese voices. But I remember at the time, those voices were never included in non-Japanese versions for presumably legal reasons. So I'm surprised. I had no idea they were like eventually added here. That's actually really cool. Huh, interesting. But I'm not gonna like mess too much with this here. We'll just stick with the default here. So I'm not sure. Well, I guess we'll find out. what's included here. I think it has like all the characters and stuff, but I forget how this is. Like, this has been released and re-released and updated so many times in so many different ways over the years that I don't know. Because I bought this originally on 360 when it first came out on Xbox Live Arcade, and I don't think I ever bought any of the additional characters for that version. But maybe they were eventually baked in. I think by the time it came out here and I bought the Steam version, it had all of the characters that were in the game at that point. I don't know. Yeah, it would have been nice to hear the voices, but I can't complain too much. That's pretty much standard. It would have been nice, but yeah, I guess we'll do story mode then, right? Because it's like we'll get an ending and whatever. Assume yeah, because we get to pick. Okay, they're logged. I was gonna say, are these characters not in this mode, or do they just have? Oh yeah, so these are the new characters. Yeah, so like I may have played this game when like Eliza and Big Band were in it or were about to come out, because this game launched with like, yeah, Squiggly was DLC too, right? She was not in the game originally. Yeah, I think it was just like these 8 characters. So obviously Fukua and Robo Fortune were definitely added late. I remember Beowulf, because Beowulf and Eliza were characters that came about from that like vote thing they did. First update with Big Band. Yeah, I was like trying to reminisce and think about, like, piece together my vague like perception of what this game is at any given point in time. Like, how did I know anything about it? I don't know. So I remember, like, in the original cast, Cerebella was easily my favorite. I mean, she looks cool. She's a big old grappler. And I remember the whole vote thing, because they had like an Indiegogo campaign, and anyone who backed at any level were allowed to participate in. They had like a very drawn out campaign with series of votes, and there were some characters. I mean, Annie was part of that too, and I guess Umbrella was as well. So there is like this massive roster of extended universe characters, basically, that aren't in the game. And I remember there were some of them. It was actually really cool because they pitched like gameplay concepts and showed off ideas of what the characters might play like, alongside with artwork for all the character designs. And there were like a good handful of characters that I was like really eager to. I really wanted to see them in the game, and I didn't make it. But Beowulf was kind of on my short list of characters I wanted to see. So Eliza was not my favorite. I mean, she's cool. I like Eliza better than Annie or Umbrella for sure. So, as far as those kind of things go, it ended up pretty nicely anyway. Yeah, I don't know anything about. I mean, I know he's a.
Running wide.
Oh yeah, can't actually change color. Yeah, I mean, whatever you're supposed to do to play this game well or correctly is like
impossible.
whatever. I'm not gonna be able to do that, so that doesn't really matter.
He rallied a nation at war. There was a time
I'm gonna
when
just
everyone
press some
could
buttons
say,
with whatever character I
know
pick.
Beowulf. During the Grand War, the people of the Canopy Kingdom were
So we'll see
gripped
if,
with a terrible fear of the race of savage giants known as the Giggans. They were unstoppable.
If we manage to have fun.
Then came Beowulf. He defeated the brutal Giggan warrior Grendel in a no-holds-barred exhibition match as the nation watched. Seeing her son defeated, Grendel's mother was consumed by rage and lashed out. But our hero didn't flinch. The hag went down.
Yeah, like all the characters that they sort of proposed, almost all of them had like some unique mechanic or concept to them that was kind of interesting.
Was running wild. Beowulf, the champion of a nation.
Also, I still need to go like in my Windows. Skullgirls is at like 1% volume.
Canopy Kingdom's little boys couldn't live without.
So I have to like lower the volume
When the
in
war
game.
ended,
I don't know what's up with that, like
patriotic
in
spirit that
OBS,
fueled
like
that adoration for Beowulf began to fade.
any sound that's like
After
coming
he
out
left the ring, he was
from my
stuck with
computer,
bit parts
it-
and
it
cheap
just
action
like-
flicks, game shows, and even infomercials.
if I turn
He
it
didn't
up
go
enough
out
to
with
be
a
audible
growl,
to
but
me,
with a
or like
whimper,
on my
as
end,
the Bad
then it's like
Wolfman of a
instantly
popular kids
clipping,
show,
maxing
Enemy of
out
the
on
Stars.
your guys' sound. It's
Beowulf
really weird.
disappeared from the public eye. How long has it been since anybody's heard that famous howl?
Shut up, TV. I still got the howl. And I got the noise complaints to prove it. Those were the good old days, right? High five, buddy. Come on, don't leave me hanging.
We interrupt Canopy Kingdom celebrity crash out for a breaking report. The
I'm-
Skullgirl has reappeared. Sightings have been confirmed.
I'm feeling like
in
kind of annoyed with
downtown
this
New
because something
Meridian
about
and
this, like
Maplehurst.
the pacing of this feels, I don't know, it's like
Ow!
I'm not complaining about any of this stuff being in the game. Like they didn't
Did you
need
slap me,
to
bro?
put
Not
story
cool.
mode stuff. So it's like cool that it's there. But I'm really reminded of whenever we do these like anime fighting games.
Sister, you gotta help me.
It's like-
This thing is possessed.
Oh, it's just like you're instantly falling
Is
asleep.
that
Like
the arm
there's
of a
something to be
Gigan?
said for the snappiness of arcade games
What does it look like? Quick,
that
do an exorcism or
put
something.
stuff like this in them,
You should rid yourself of it, child. The
but
dead
make
are
sure
under
that
the Skullgirls' control
the
now.
delivery of that stuff is so
Hey,
snappy
I earned this
and
trophy fair
fast-paced
and square. She can't
that
have
it doesn't give you time to like
Finally.
zone out and
Stupid
get
thing
bored by
calmed
it.
You have been given a second chance.
It's not even that it's like too
Renounce
slow and
it.
it's too
Be not
boring. It's just like
prideful.
it's
Damn right I'm proud. I'm gonna kick some
I'm
skullgirl
not
butt.
grabbed by it in the first place.
I knew all you little wolves out there couldn't forget your main man. He's back to protect the pack.
But it's just like really tiny things. It's just like like to some degree the voice delivery, but more so kind of like as it transitions from one line to the next, it's just like this. Oh, I have to press a button, I guess.
The skullgirl's gonna regret treading on wolf territory.
There's this like kind of gap in between
Hey,
each line. I don't know, maybe
You
it
sure you're ready
was
for
in
this?
auto mode and
It's
it no
been
longer is
years
for some
since you
reason. I
got
don't
in the
know.
ring. I might be too much for you to handle. How am I doing? I can't believe I get to help out with your comeback.
Good. You're doing fine. Looks
My
like we
complaint
both got
isn't that there's
something
too
to
much
prove.
talking.
Are
I think
you
it's
ready,
just like,
Wolfpack? 'Cause I am.
I mean, it could have been truncated for sure. Just something about how it's framed and presented that like makes it
Ladies and gentlemen, it's
feel a bit tedious.
showtime.
Anyway, you're not wrong though, for sure. Let me take a quick look here. Height is a thing, I guess. Like all these moves that aren't like okay. But does he like not have? Is that a quarter circle forward? I guess it is. Is this like a snapback? Okay, so yeah, he does have quarter circle moves, but it's like on page 12 here. He's got some kind of Rekka move. I do like this, like, I remember this from Cerebella, like, all the command grabs use the throw input. I think that's an interesting idea. Like, it doesn't, command grabs don't have different levels because they all use the throw buttons. Which I think is an interesting idea. Like, it's a way of keeping it sort of intuitive and, like, to remember it, and, you know, it simplifies it in some ways that you don't need to come up with different versions of it either. Like, it's interesting. So I guess the super is a level 3, whatever. Yeah, I guess it's got Marvel supers. That's right. That makes sense then, I guess. So quarter circle forward, okay. Air throw or jump turn clinch up. There's so, I don't know. I need to play a fucking tutorial to even understand what any of these means. Ground throw or any grapple attack. Does that mean that throwing them puts me in the clinch and from there I do stuff, I guess? I'm trying to look at, like, do I have... Okay. Does that have like a launcher? Maybe we'll find out. Oh yeah, she's got throws too, that makes sense. I always thought that was a weirdly anticlimactic end to that super. I guess I can't jump cancel that? Is that my normal? Alright. I keep trying to block. I mean, I probably could already not have escaped that, but...
No, you're too kind.
Try again, kid.
I guess there's not rounds, huh?
Who's next? Ow! Beat him up, guys. Let's rock.
I guess I figured that there would be because we're like simple or single characters. But it's not like single. It's not like doing KOF in single character mode. The art and animations are like super cool. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, I'm still trying to do his command grab. I can't figure it out, I guess. I don't understand the... I guess there's no ongoing on-screen indicator for the height thing. There we go. Oh, okay. Press buttons after the super connects. I have to study my move list to see what I can do from my super.
That little demonstration should put any doubts about my comeback to rest. That's just what I'll do to the Skullgirl, too.
I was gonna say, maybe we'll see a mirror match and see what's going on, but I guess probably not gonna be mirror matches in story mode.
Okay.
Don't worry about me, big guy. It's usually worse than this.
How'd you like your first headliner? You taste blood out there, babe? You smell the crowd?
Also, it's like, you know, maybe we should have played arcade mode. I don't know, but I'm glad. I guess you probably can do single character anyway, but
Forget that no-name you just dropped on the mat.
I'm happy to not have to think about assists and tagging and all that kind of stuff.
It's like
taking all that out of the picture, there's still more than enough to be completely overwhelmed and have no idea what you're doing.
I am so pumped!
Game's cool though.
Good. This is just the beginning. Zane McDougal is gonna take you all the way this time.
Maybe just play arcade mode when you get games with story mode. I mean, it really depends on the game.
Before too long, you'll be taking on the whole world's enemy.
I don't mind, like, I'm happy to do the arcade mode type stuff, but like, if it's a game I've owned for anywhere from 2 to 16 years, and I'm playing it for the first time, and there is like story content, like maybe not this stuff, but if you know if there's an ending, there's stuff like I'd feel a little bummed out for missing it.
The populace is, how can I put this?
I'd rather see this and know.
Crying. You can hear them out there crying.
I'd rather see something like this, I should say, and know that I don't like it or don't care for it, than not see it and wonder if it's something I would have been interested in.
I'll tell you why. It's because there are so many freaks on the streets.
That's not to say that I'm strictly disliking this.
And the characters come popping out of the woodwork. We need someone
It's just not
to
like
put them
super
back
pulling
the
me in.
woodwork. Do you think you could
Especially
be a
when, you know,
carpenter
matches
for me, Beowulf?
Pretty quick.
Don't
The
you
pacing
worry,
of it is
my
a little
entire body's a hammer.
iffy to me.
Right. Right. Look, it's all set up. You don't have to worry about a thing. The cameras will capture your brave battle on behalf of.
But I've also never been like I said, I like the character designs and artwork and the style of it, but it's not like I've never known or cared about the lore of Skullgirls.
I love the way you think, man. Always one step ahead.
But I'm just like trying to think. Like I wonder if I'm trying to picture what a game like would be.
Who are you? You can't stop me!
That would have this, but
That's
still be
right.
a game
The wolf
with
is
characters
here to
that I
put a
really like.
stop
I mean,
to-
the closest I can think of is maybe like the King of Fighters 13 story mode.
You guy, roll camera. This is gonna be it. What's he
I remember
talking
enjoying
about?
that.
No idea.
You think you can make a fool out of me?
It's not
Get out of my way!
like the KOF 13 story mode is not exactly like this, but it's I don't even remember exactly what it's like, but I know it has like text bits, cutscene bits. No. I can think of other games that are like this, but I mean that have. What I meant to say is like. I see it, by the way. I have a chair. That's why I can do the different launcher. That has that, but where it's not like I'm disliking it because I don't care for the world or characters.
Eat your prayers.
Because when I play something where I don't care for that part and I'm not enjoying it, it's hard to say like, oh, is it because this format is boring me, or is it because I'm not invested here already?
She's gone.
Well, what if it was
Zane wasn't
something I
kidding
was
about the
invested in? How would I feel about it then?
That fight
And the
was
closest
one
I could
big
think
highlight
of
reel.
where that would
the
apply
tape goes to
would
Zane
kind of be
McDougal. Write it down, would you?
KOF 13. Because even like Soul Calibur 5 and 6 having like very I remember Soul Calibur 6 being like super
Don't you worry, babe.
boring
It's all part of the Beowulf
the way it's
comeback
presenting
story.
the story. I mean,
A
again, it's
big,
not exactly like this
beautiful
either, but it's
story.
also like very
Good old
wordy and
Zane's gonna make you look
sluggish.
your best.
And you play as this original character, and it's like,
What are you doing here?
there's nothing exciting happening.
Oh, don't sweat it. I saw everything. You did good here today, kid. Real good.
Tekken 7
Come
story
to my
mode,
office.
again, it's
We'll
nothing
talk
really
about your
like
next
this, but
match.
it manages to be really boring too. So I mean, I think it's partially to do with execution for sure.
Who's there?
I'll be able to combo into
how
some of his. Oh, I'm sure he
amusing.
can.
I was
I'm
looking for my wayward project, and I find instead
Still-
a famous fool. You must be the one who beat her.
starting to understand what's going on,
beat
and I
somebody.
forget how to play in between
Or
matches because it's like
something.
2 minutes,
Screamed a lot.
5 minutes between
That what you
matches. I
mean?
don't know. What's up, Luxury
She clearly isn't ready if she lost to you. But it's survival of the fittest. This city is a proving ground after all.
Yeah, I just think it's
wanna
kind of
clean
weird,
up
I guess.
New
Like,
Marine. The Skullgirls out there somewhere, and I
just have these like lengthy, chatty bits.
You plan to fight the Skullgirl?
Like, I mean, you're
Decided
completely
that
right.
it's your turn.
Opponent, what you
Let's
said
test
before, like,
you out.
there's a lot of people who really eat this up, and they're making the game for them, not for me. So that's
It all depends on your skill.
it's fair. I'm just like,
Let's rock.
I guess I'm just feeling like I sort of wish that wanting to enjoy the game, you know. All right, so okay, so let me take a look. But I did something. Okay, so yeah, this is right. It makes sense. Like, these are the normals that change when you don't have the chair. I understand. But it's something to put the chair down, and then I don't know exactly. Okay, so hype level is something you spend. Down? Okay, so that's okay. From the clinch up, okay. Take a seat, 2 kicks. I'm assuming they have to be near the chair. I mean, I'm not even convinced that it's as complicated as it seems. It's just like certain different categories of moves and stuff. I don't know.
Okay, so Two Kicks picks up the chair. I see.
Ready for your shots? Can't catch.
I'm trying to figure out what the different moves were that I could do. It's also weird that, like, these people are not fighting back, like, at all. The first match I lost, like,
I must have more
and now they're
strength
just,
than
like,
you,
not doing
Barbara.
anything.
I didn't expect this.
Oh, the chair is part of his
You
moveset.
can actually
He,
wield that
you can
Gigan's
see he
arm
wears
like
it
a
on his
weapon.
back.
I picked up a few tricks since I beat him.
You beat a Gigan? Don't make me laugh. I lived that war, little man. You posed for the crowds, but you never once visited the battlefield.
But I think you can,
Alone
like, kick the
against a
chair
Gigan
across the
warrior
screen and
at
stuff
full
too, right?
strength,
Like, you can do stuff
you'd
with
never
it.
stand a chance.
Um,
Then again, your
But I think
ignorance may be
basically my
staggering,
knowledge
but
of this character is
that has its
watching
uses too.
the developers do some kind of stream or
Who you
YouTube
calling
video
ignorant?
covering
You just got schooled by
what
the
he can
wolf.
do when he came out in, like, what,
And it was a
2014 or
lesson
something.
about not wasting
So,
my time.
not exactly
Sadly,
fresh in
I
my
can
memory.
see that you haven't learned anything at all. I must be going, Beowulf. Good luck with your career.
Like, the thing is, when you have a move list that looks super long like that, like, sometimes it's just a matter
really
of,
going on around here.
You want something, kid?
you know, you're in different, like, it's sort of context sensitive.
Maybe you're dumber than I thought.
So you can do a grapple,
Me, girl
and
with
then
the
from there,
scars.
there's like 6 different moves,
Remember?
and it's literally like punch or kick in
crazy.
with different
Man,
directions.
you look just like the Annie
But when
I
you don't
used to
have the
work with.
context for what that means,
I can
like
tell
just
the difference,
seeing it
though.
in the list, it's going to look
The hair.
a lot more complicated than it is in terms of when you're doing it.
Look, Beowulf.
And
you're
looking at the
messing with
list
things
and then
you
like
don't
trying to
understand.
remember
This isn't a
what
show.
each of them were
It
when you go
isn't
back
a
into the game.
wrestling
Like,
match.
I mean,
It's
especially when
real,
you don't have
and
a
you'll
context
die. Stay away
for how
from
anything
the
functions in the
Skullgirl.
game or like the flow of the game or anything like that.
Hey!
I just remembered that I should
Wrestling
have
is
lowered the
real.
game volume, by the way, because
If my hunch is right,
I can barely
whoever's
lower it
behind your
anymore.
latest stunt is
See,
way
very
worse than
carefully.
a crooked agent. You were already set up once. Don't be fooled
Trying to
again.
lower it in Windows without putting the game, without
What are you
muting it,
talking
because it's like on 3% volume right now.
The Gigan? You're telling me you didn't notice?
Messed up.
Oh, no, not you two. Kids these days.
Beowulf, it's time to grow up. Open your eyes. Stop fooling yourself and stop fighting for somebody you can't trust.
And I can trust you. See you later, Annie. If that's even your name.
I don't know that he's the most sympathetic character, but
You
got an
aren't
interesting
kidding
fighting
about
style,
the
that's for
weird
sure.
thing. Wish I could wrestle some of the guys from back in the day.
It's the Skullgirls' influence. It brings them out.
Out of the woodwork, right. You said that.
I thought you wanted to be New Meridian's #1. Times change, my friend.
But yeah, there's a lot of
You gotta
stuff
keep
that
up.
I'm
Forget the old days. You're complaining to
I think it's
me
pretty
while
cool about
your
this game
fans are howling for the wolf.
on a kind of conceptual level or a technical level or
But the
artistic
stuff I've
level,
been hearing,
even if what the end
Nonsense,
product is
forget
something
it.
that in some ways
You know how
doesn't
people
appeal to me, in some
will
ways
tear you down.
might
They
be
know
cool,
you're
but it
onto
seems a
something.
little overwhelming to try to get into.
Think about your career.
But,
Your wolf pack is
I mean,
crap.
I'm a
Who
huge
cares
fan
about the
of
rest?
you know,
some of
you're
the like the
wolf
key
is back.
art people like Mariel Cartwright and
Which
John
is good,
Kim.
because I
Like
have another
I've
little
followed their
problem.
work
I mean, another opportunity left.
ages and ages and ages, like
I need you at the River King
before their
Casino
involvement with
BBQ.
this, really.
I set up a match with a freak called Big Ben. You can't miss him.
So I'm
Big
like
as a
I'm
house,
excited
with a
for
trench coat draped over the mess.
like Future Club and what they're doing. I backed Indivisible because I was
There
excited
he
for their
is.
stuff, and I have that like collector's box, and that's
Hey, you! You
I
ready
think
to
pretty much
go?
still shrink wrapped. I just didn't get around to because it's like
Are
an
you
RPG,
talking
whatever.
to
It's
me?
like it seems.
Damn right I am. The wolf. Is
I don't know when
about
I'm gonna
to
get around
howl.
to playing that, but and I've
What
heard
does
mixed
that
things
even
about that
mean?
game. But visually,
It
it's
means
super duper
time
cool. It's got
for
some
you to
awesome
prepare
characters in it too.
yourself
So
for a
I'm
legendary beatdown.
not really sure if
As a
they've
washed-up TV wrestler getting in my way. You hit hard times and now you're Medici muscle.
if they've announced. I mean, they're obviously they're working
What are you
on
calling
this
washed
now.
up? But that reminds reminds me.
But I can't
So
remember
camera
if
crew,
they've
make sure
said
you
if
capture that
like
sweet
what's up
mark
next for
slam
them.
him right into the ground.
But whatever it is, I'll
just
definitely
here for the
check it
camera.
out. Might not play it, but it's gonna look amazing.
87 pounds
Whatever it
of
is.
steel and sex appeal.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
Yeah, big fan. I mean, it's fairly novel, which I appreciate, but not really my type of character. But yeah, this is one of the stages with like 50,000 crowdfunding characters in it. Not a big fan of that. Although this game arguably does it a little less obnoxiously than some. Okay, thought I could block that, I guess not.
Danger! Give me it.
Of course you can combo up that. It's one of these games.
Two boots. The world is full of obvious things.
There's like 6 different announcers to pick from. This is the default setting.
A lot to learn.
Who's next?
Ladies and
Okay,
gentlemen,
yeah,
it's
we're waiting.
showtime.
Spin low.
Missile.
Give me yourself up. Giant step. Giant step. Well, you
What you gonna do?
Oh, okay, that's an anti-air thing.
Give me a count.
But I guess you could probably launch them and do that. Yeah. Pick up the chair. Alright, it's got armor, I see.
Give me a What you gonna do?
Yep, that works. I'm supposed to do some kind of follow-up to that. I didn't quite catch. That worked. Dead. Oh.
Giant step. Giant
Cut, cut.
Give me a hit.
We have come to terms. See you, Space Cowboy.
Pretty good win
Try
pose.
again, kid.
Get high.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime.
And that's the thing, like, one of the things that I really like about this game, too, like, this is a great example of a modern game that doesn't, like... I like this heavy kick. It's not quite a super kick, but kind of. Oh, I grabbed the chair somewhere. What was I gonna say? Yeah, like the fact that the characters have like multiple wind poses and stuff, like all these little flourishes, and honestly, even the story stuff. Like, there's all these little things that tend to be
Wolfpack, this is for you.
flourishes and
Did you get that?
extra
All right, so
stuff
this is for
that
you? Because they like
you don't necessarily expect in modern games because they always feel like they're kind of developed both on a tight budget, but also like there's things that over the decades have been like there's some sort of conventional wisdom to say that like, nah, you don't actually need to have that. You know, maybe it's nice, but we can't justify the development cost, or market research tells us people don't really care, or
You done good, kid.
you know,
You done good.
the wind poses
Got
are
your
replaced
next
by these
match
elaborate
lined up.
cinematics, so we couldn't reasonably justify doing more than one per character or whatever it is. Like,
Not believe it.
Who is it?
That would ruin
like one
the
thing for
surprise.
sure they could say about Skullgirls is that it never felt like it cut corners
That guy just
with
fought
any
anyway.
stuff like that,
No
which I think is
camera
really,
crews in
really
sight,
sick.
Now this guy is accusing me of being a Medici thug?
Yeah, I guess it's part of his backstory, right? That he
Baby
defeated
kid,
some
haven't you heard of
monster,
me,
so I guess he kept
Look, you
their
pay
arm.
me to do the thinking here. You pay me to set up your fights.
and he
then
keeps it in his
you
back
fight.
pocket, I guess, to use
Remember?
for moves
That's how
whenever he
the whole
doesn't have a
agent
chair.
thing works.
It's pretty cool.
Maybe, but this whole thing is weird, Zane. Even for wrestling.
Weird sells, baby. When you see how pumped up the crowd is for your next match, well, it's gonna take you further than you've ever been.
I feel like I forgot any moves
You think so?
Yeah.
in between the matches, but that's fine.
Forget Grendel. This
Like,
match is going to leave that fossil in the
I'm having
dust.
fun pressing
We are
buttons,
talking huge. We are talking massive.
and
We are
I'm not
talking
worried
a
about
surprise
learning how to
the
do
size
anything
of
properly anyway.
Meridian itself.
We'll see if, you know, if you end up in an Eno type situation where
I'm so sure you can pull it off.
where I'm getting destroyed and I have to learn.
That's all I'm asking here, my little wolf.
Lemisar redeemed draw this game. Very well. You don't seem very regretful. But that's fine.
You ready, Wolfpack?
You know the opponent? I'm actually gonna say no. I mean, if you do, I'm gonna refund you. Because to be perfectly honest, I was having some feelings about maybe not burnout, but kind of approaching burnout. After doing like 3 double-sized illustrations back to back, I'm like, dude, I can't do these for a while. So I will, for the time being,
and tonight we've got a surprise for you.
I will not accept multiple requests per game.
I'm doing it all for you out there in New Meridian.
Because it puts like significant additional strain on how to do it, at least the way I want to / try to do it.
Playing to the crowd.
Well, here we go. I was saying we're probably not going to get a mirror match, but I guess we are.
Nice for you, Beowulf. Who are you supposed to be? I'd ask you the same question.
Well, right now the queue is actually pretty short, but I'm okay with keeping it that way, because that's the thing. Like whenever we do a fighting game stream, it's like almost guaranteed to at least get 1 arc request.
Grendel's elderly mother, sobbing over her dead son, put up more of a fight than he did, didn't she? If you say so. Strange, isn't it, that an elderly woman would be harder to best than a warrior in his prime? The only way to rile up the people was to show the Giggins could be beaten. It was a setup. The one time the Medicis worked with the government.
I'm realizing that like I've not been paying any attention at all to this, but I don't know. Maybe some of you guys are following the story here. I'm still enjoying kind of seeing what it's true, how they do it, even if I don't even read some of the text or listen to it. Just getting a sense for how they approach the storytelling stuff. It's interesting to see it from a kind of an academic point of view, if nothing else.
That ain't gonna happen. This is my house. Right or wrong, nobody leaves.
Yeah, Beowulf about to work himself into a shoot brother. Looks like it.
Finally, the wolf is coming back to New Meridian.
Make it flashy, guys.
Showtime. Made it so. Right drop.
Oh yeah, that's the sheriff thing. I see. Can I? Yeah, figure out if I could like pick it up mid combo.
Everything I say is a catchphrase.
I was trying to remember, like, man, I remember there being more stuff you could do from the grab, but I can't remember what any of it was.
That's what I thought. As if that proves a
I guess my AI version of Beowulf opponent didn't really get to show me much that I could do after all.
Me and Grendel. You don't get to say a damn thing about the subject. Now get out of the ring.
But I'm curious to see, because I do remember that there is like a boss character.
I think Grendel probably was drugged that day.
But I don't remember what the fight was like. And I feel like that was like 16 versions ago. Or whatever that was.
I'll make it up.
Could very well have changed completely.
Even Grendel. Tonight, I promise you the biggest match of my career. And that was pathetic. So I'll make a new promise to you right now.
Alright, Joe, thanks for hanging out.
I'm going
Take
to
care, and have a nice weekend.
Skullgirl. You hear me, New Meridian? I'm gonna take her down!
It's so weird, like the crowd cheering. It's like the dialogue won't advance until like well after it's died down. Now you still have to press a button for some reason. I don't know, it's really weird. No, I mean, like the pacing of it is so weird because
saw your
especially in the context of like this wrestler cutting a promo and shit, like you wouldn't say something, wait for the crowd to cheer, and then just stand there and like wait for them to like completely go quiet, and they're like, hey, you can become a little more quiet. I'll wait. Just wait for the crowd to completely die down, and then like,
You have slipped the leash.
okay, now I can continue. Well, maybe it's fucking Ultimate Warrior in WCW, maybe, but
What the hell has gotten into you, man?
I don't know. Like it's weird.
Yet you still
Especially the specific fact that every line of dialogue will just advance automatically, but the crowd cheering noise does not.
Everything would have
It's strange.
worked out for both of us. But now you mean to.
But yeah, for
bite
sure.
the
Like
hand
just
that feeds. What use is a dog that turns on its
voice
master?
lines, the pacing of voice lines being played, and how they sort of play over each other, or
You're insane.
naturally flow from one to the
You are
next.
mistaken, Beowulf.
Is or don't, as the case most often is. Oh yeah, a lot of these characters are those
I beat some of these guys.
characters who didn't make
Now they're
the
down
cut.
here?
I remember,
Who the heck are you?
recognize some of them.
Poor lost soul. Don't you
Yeah,
recognize
it's
me?
quite the swerve.
These inferior beings dare get in my way.
I'm trying to remember, but Double isn't like the boss character, right? It's just like a
This is the road to
regular
chosen,
character.
And so you shall join them. You should have listened to
There's this like maid with the vacuum cleaner or whatever.
Alas,
It's like the
I see
boss.
how it never would. It is the folly of men to be strong-headed fools. And now it's too late for you!
I will say this, by the way, like
I am 200.
I do like the
Steel and sex appeal.
the character designs and the art and stuff. So I would absolutely. There's definitely plenty of characters in this game that I would like to have like figures of and stuff. It's almost kind of weird that that hasn't really been a thing. Like I know there have been.
120 and Python.
There have been figures that are kind of like one-off. I don't even know what you call them exactly, but not like stuff that someone has made for like hits to sell at Wonderfest and stuff. But not like commercially released, mass market. Well, not mass market, but like commercially produced.
Beat you. Oh, wait. Is the rest of this place?
And I feel like it's like almost surprising that, like you would think for something like this, it's really not too crazy to think that you would see like Figmas or Nendoroids or something.
I've still got my chair. Don't forget the chair.
Even just like
for a reason,
unarticulated figures, for that matter.
Perhaps you might consider using it for its intended purpose. And sick boy.
But hey, maybe someone has done like sick 3D models for printing. I guess I should look for that now that I'm dipping my toes in that universe. I've been looking at a lot of stuff and like, so we have a resin printer at work that I'll be using to print a bunch of stuff. Mainly like the stuff I'm interested in, of course, is like figures and stuff.
What did I
So
tell
that'd
you?
be cool. And I think actually if
Nope, not Beowulf.
as far as like painting, I feel like stuff that's in this style you
No
can
way you stop
get
the
away with
shapeshifter.
painting pretty simple.
Nothing in her domain.
Because for a lot of like figures and stuff, you want to paint them. If you want it to look good, like resin kits or whatever, or like garage kits, you kind of want an airbrush.
Above us.
Some stuff I feel like you can maybe get away with without having one a little more easily. But I say that not having a lot of experience actually painting and seeing how it
I
turns
just
out.
love being a hero.
But I'll be doing that soon. It's like, because right now, as I said, I have access to a 3D printer at work, but right now, like, we use it for work.
I promised all those people.
But sometime later this month, by the end of the month or so, the current kind of work order that we're doing stuff with, it's going to be completed. So I'll have access to it, and I'll be printing some. Like right now, the stuff that I want to get to first is some Master of the Universe custom, like heads and weapons and parts and stuff to make some custom figures. But I've been amassing quite the library of various like statues and figures type stuff that I'm really excited to print and paint to see how it turns out. So whenever I get going with that stuff, I'll definitely be talking about it and showing it on stream. So I'm pretty excited for that. But it is kind of surprising to me. It's like a bit of a struggle for sure to find some of that. Like there's stuff you can find for sure, like for sale, people selling models for printing. But a vast majority of it is like miniatures for
you plan to fight me with that,
like either people like Warhammer type stuff, wargaming, or just like D&D, that kind of stuff.
You
like
nothing.
Miniatures that are this tiny. Technically, you can of course print stuff in larger scale, but anything that's designed for that scale is not going to look good if it's made much bigger, just in terms of proportion and detail.
Right. I know the truth now. It wasn't a fair fight.
And it's not like you can't find models for sale in terms of like larger scale figures and statues or whatever.
That's why I'm going to make things right.
But I'm kind of surprised looking for that kind of stuff through most of the more popular channels.
Is that supposed to make you feel better about
that
what you did?
I feel like I've sort of seen what's out there. Like you can go on like Cults 3D or whatever, CG Trader, and there's like there's 140,000 models. But if you apply some relevant filters, then there's a lot less. And among that smaller selection, there's going to be a lot fewer still that are actually like not terrible. And actually interesting. And even then, like, if you're looking for anything that's like more niche than like Spider-Man and Batman, there's like no guarantee that you'll find anything at all, let alone anything good. Right, that's definitely a boss character. Trying to like see how things change, like taking some time here. So I'm gonna assume that some stuff's gonna transform here, yeah. Oh boy. Is that hit? I don't know. I can't grab her either, so. Yep, phase 3. Yeah, this is a Marvel boss for sure. I'm like, I don't have a good answer to your question, I'm sorry. I'm also trying to parse what's going on here. So yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a Eno type situation here where I have to actually pay attention to learn stuff, because most of my stuff wouldn't work. This is more of a chronic type situation. See, like, I guess heavy punch or back heavy punch or whatever I'm doing is just a, yeah, heavy punch, just a grab.
120 or
I thought it was like transitioning because everything started shaking. I guess not. Alright, okay, that worked. Are we done or not? I guess so. The anticlimactic fade out. Got a bunch of achievements.
Almost strong enough.
I guess that's...
But much of your strength is borrowed.
Let's hope we get an ending that's presented in a slightly more exciting fashion than this.
And I will turn it against you.
Damn! Things can't get worse than this.
I think it's proper full-size artwork. That's pretty awesome.
Tag team. Harsh. Guess I set that one up.
Galaxy! Your fights with me, shapeshifter!
I will say I'm I think this story mode has done more to excite me for Annie than anything else I've seen. He's like
just like old
a little bit fed up with him being an idiot and just like making shit happen.
Forget the past.
Yeah, just like design-wise, she's such a character. Like she's firmly within, like strictly visually. Like I don't know much about her character or what she would look like in action or anything. I haven't seen, like I've seen pictures of her. That's about it. But just the vibe I get of her personality and stuff here, like, okay, yeah, I can see. It's not that I thought she was something else. It's more that I didn't bother to you know, invest the time and effort to learn more about it, because even though even if she seems cooler than I thought or more appealing to me than I thought she would be, she's still not like exciting or cool or my kind of thing enough for me to be like, oh dude, shit, I should look back into Skullgirls. It's over. Just like I thought it would be a character I didn't care for at all, and that seems like, oh yeah,
the fight never really ends,
alright.
no matter how long I go on.
It's kind of like, it reminds me of Suzuhime from Samurai Spirit Sen, who's like kind of the main character. That game had a ton of new characters, but she's like the sort of, she's on the cover. And she's actually pretty popular. She ranked decently when SNK did like a poll for character popularity for Samurai Showdown.
The show?
Like ahead of the DLC
the writers
stuff.
make up stories based on the folktales that came down through the generations.
Or the latest games. She wasn't in like the top 5, I don't think. But she was well ahead of many of the characters from like the original series.
I hear that.
But she's like, she looks like, you know,
Beowulf,
she's a child.
You're kind of an idiot, but
And
not a bad guy.
just, you know, I'm not a big fan of child characters in fighting games.
You remind me
But
of
she's
somebody
got like
I
the
used to
big ass
know years
surfboard
ago.
sword,
Somebody who helped me when I
and
needed
like
it.
she's that like
You know, that isn't a half
that kind
bad
of
idea.
character. Like in terms of gameplay, she's got a big ass sword.
Right on.
So there's like a little bit of a juxtaposition there that's at least somewhat novel.
Well, let's just say that when it comes to my show,
That makes her like, she doesn't, and I think as far as I
more
recall, like
popular than ever.
personality
And so am I.
wise, she's also
What do you say to
not
coming
like
back?
you know, that
Wolfman
sort of moe character archetype that you might
You may not
expect.
be cut from the same cloth as me, but
So
you
she's
should
not
at
exactly
least
my
get a
favorite
chance to
Samurai
play a
Showdown
hero
character,
on TV.
but
I think you've right.
my appreciation or
be
understanding
a
of that
schmuck,
character
but
definitely,
you helped me find
she
my way
kind of
to
went
the
up
heart
in
of this
estimation for
little
me
problem.
at some point. And I guess that's how I'm feeling a little bit of Annie
my
seeing this.
strength and your green hair. We make an unbeatable team.
And it's just so awesome to see there's like just so much art in this game. Like throughout the story mode, like so many of these different illustrations. Like I guess this is the part where it's like and I don't know. This is like the second ending.
As long as they're a sweet, sweet toy.
There's so much unique art. That's
What
awesome.
the heck are you guys talking about?
2021 development. But yeah. I mean, maybe I'm just like... It sounds like I'm complaining, whatever. But this is like really awesome. It's just... it takes a lot to learn and get into. But it's fun to press buttons. It looks amazing, and it's... got a satisfying feel to it. Like for being a game that has its roots in kind of Marvel type stuff and a little bit of Guilty Gear type stuff, like just the you know, what it feels like to press a button and the way moves connect, and like I mean I think the flow and feel of the combos, at least, you know, for however well I can judge that, not having any real, you know, experience or whatever, I like the core feel of it better than most like Guilty Gear games and games of that ilk. Yeah, the cool thing about the backgrounds too, though, yeah, they are very much in the background. You definitely don't really, they're not in your face about it, which is like probably a good thing. I think, you know, when I think of in your face 3D backgrounds, I think of some of the more obnoxious ones in CVS 2, or like some of those SNK PS2 era King of Fighters backgrounds. There's like one in, I think it's in Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, where you're on this moving platform on a train track or whatever, and there's this giant Metal Slug robot behind you, and it's very in your face. But here it's much more like you look for it and you can appreciate like I mean, actually, I kind of want to I kind of want to show that off, or like talk about it with some visual aids. I do want to watch the credits though. That feels important. To kind of show what I'm talking about. And it's already getting pretty late, so we'll wrap up after this game. But yeah, some stages, of course, are a little more showy than others, both in terms of the 3D perspective thing as well as just in general, I guess. But I think like there's so many things like that, even if like regardless of how one might feel about the specifics of the character designs or the levels or whatever, I think there's a lot of really well done a lot of really well done like technical execution of things, or something that is arguably kind of in the borderlands between like whether it's an artistic thing or a technical thing. It's done well on both parts, but it's very deft technical execution of like this, man, how do I even phrase it? Using the correct techniques to make the art in question look like as good as possible, basically. And I think Indivisible too. Like I played like some of the demo stuff, and I haven't, you know, I knew that I wanted to play it. I backed it and everything, so I haven't like watched gameplay as such. But looking at how that game looks, like it's that game is much more like proper 3D, so to speak. Like all the characters are 2D, of course, but the environments are all fully 3D. But they still use a lot of 2D elements, and they still apply. It's not technically a 2D thing, of course, but again, these aspects, these kind of principles of composition and like contrast and value levels of making foreground and background elements separate and everything, and like any game or film or illustration or whatever. But let's, for the sake of simplicity, let's say game. Any game that has like a full 3D world that you can run around, of course that's not gonna, like, you can't really apply picture composition principles in the same way, right? But anything that has a not necessarily a 2D perspective, but anything where you don't give players control over the camera to move around and watch, like, then you have, as a creator, control of how you frame things. And especially when something is in 2D, and especially when it's in like this very specific style, you can I was gonna say cheat, that's not really the right word for it, but you can be very deliberate about how to what imagery you put on screen, and you can sort of manipulate it, and you know, you can adjust colors and contrast and whatever to achieve a specific results, which is a little bit trickier when it comes to something that's supposed to be kind of realistic or whatever. And it's one thing to just or like, you know, one part of that is the kind of readability and making stuff foreground and background elements opt from one another and have it be readable and understandable and look good and all of that. But the part that I think, and I mean, that's well done, and it's not exactly unique, although you'd be surprised as how often stuff is not done as well as you would want or hope. But the thing that I think this game does so cool is all that stuff that that bridges that gap between 2D and 3D. That's just something I always am exceptionally fascinated by. I think it's a broad thing, and it can take very many different forms. But I like saying that, like, anytime game art that sort of exists between 2D and 3D, like 3D being used to sort of fake a 2D look, and 2D being used to fake a 3D look, is always kind of interesting, because I think ultimately, like, I think 2D art in general is just something that's always going to be more expressive in a way. And I mean, certainly you can see in early 3D games or whatever. I mean, it's still true, but especially, you know, in the transition from 2D to 3D in terms of mainstream game art, like you could look at these chunky, blocky, low frame rate 3D things and say, yeah, it's not as pretty as 2D art, but it's exciting because it's new and it's cool and whatever, and it's novel. You can do things that you can't easily do with 2D, and that's still true. There's obviously stuff that would be prohibitively work intensive, you know, to try to create using only 2D art the way you could in 3D. But the opposite also is true, because there's stuff that's just not like with 3D, you can't just draw something and put it on screen. So I think it's always cool when games don't do one or the other, or say that, well, this is how 2D works, therefore we must do it this way, or this is how 3D works, therefore we must do it this way. But rather, like, taking the best of both. And whether it's like this, you know, a 2D game that incorporates a little bit of 3D around the edges, or it's a fully 3D game where you use 2D elements where you can get away with it, either because it doesn't need to be 3D or it doesn't matter, or if it's gonna look cooler, it's just gonna look better. It's always interesting to see, like, for me, that is just something that it's an example of, like, that stuff will never happen without conscious artistic and technical decision making. And I guess that's, I mean, I can't say that is in and of itself why I find it exciting, but it's part of it, I guess. Like, one of the reasons I'm not terribly excited about a lot of modern games is because I feel like artistically, or like, you know, AAA mainstream stuff, whatever, a lot of it tends to lean on some kind of a default to, like, attempting to recreate realism or whatever it is, and even if it's not going for something fully realistic, sometimes it can just feel like there's artistic choices being made that aren't necessarily driven by a strong vision, and I find that kind of boring. And I don't know if it's like, you know, having a building turn so you can see it kind of in 3D isn't necessarily talking about like your grand vision, but it is looking to add a bit of flair to make something that still keeps that 2D illustration look and flavor, but also you can make that world feel a little more believable and a little more real, as if you have that full kind of 3D perspective or whatever. So let's just do this real quick. I just think that there's a trial. So I'm sure there is a great training stage. I know there is one. So I'm wondering if you can actually pick a stage. Okay, yeah, so you do have sort of locked character. Color palettes, rather, not characters. Well, whatever. We'll be here all day if we're gonna go through all the color palettes.
Time to operate.
Oh, there we go. Stage. Oh, okay. So you see it kind of in the background. Yeah, there's the training stage. So I'm trying to see if there's any one of these kind of that I remember or that I think. Yeah, this one I think is a. It's actually probably a good example too. I'm not familiar with this stage, so let's take a look. Yeah, like so if you look at the the chair that's right in between us, you can clearly see that it's turning when the camera shifts. Like, of course, you can see that the like the potted plants, little platforms that lead into the pool, like that is sort of shifting. But the potted plants could easily be flat 2D elements that just parallax, right? Even stuff like the statues in the back, further back, like they could be 2D elements, so you could still get that effect. But if you actually look closely, I could be wrong here, but let's. No, for sure. Like the statue on the closest statue on the right-hand side. Let's see, you can't see my mouse cursor now, but right underneath Valentine's combo information box. If you look at the statue's like chest, maybe the hands too. I don't know. You can see like as we move further, it's very subtle, but you can actually see that the statue is like turning. We're seeing a little bit less of the statue's chest. And same thing with that deck chair. Like it's clearly 3D. Like we're seeing a different perspective on it. Actually, a little table thing or whatever it is on the little platform in the back is pretty obvious too. You can see the different legs of the table sort of overlapping. And the cool thing is, like, yeah, you can model each of these elements in 3D fully, and to some degree, that might have been exactly what they've done.
I'll patch it right up.
But from what I've seen, some kind of breakdowns and presentations, like in some cases, like I know from what I've been told about the process, like the development process for making these stages, they start in 2D. So it's all like a painted concept, but it's painted, of course, you know, in a lot of different layers. So you could take individual elements and you know, stack them in depth. But what you do instead of like this, the pillar here is a great example because you can see the bright blue highlight on the left side of the pillar, right? And you can clearly see the perspective shifting. So probably it was drawn in a perspective kind of like this. And you can get this kind of painted, even the outline of it can be sort of, not jagged, but like sort of rough, like it's a brush stroke. And you take that 2D element, and instead of sticking it on a flat plane, you fold it around a 3D mesh of a pillar that has roughly the same shape. It doesn't even need to be very precise because all the shapes are defined in like the 2D element that you put on that 3D model. But just by having it be, just having it have like a front and a side, you can then put that in 3D space and have it sort of rotate and shift. And I think, like, I can't think of any other game that I think does this so well. Because, like, I think if you look at BlazBlue, I don't know what BP Tag looks like, but I know that game has some really beautiful looking stages. But those stages are still, like, very clearly polygonal. Like, in some ways, the stages in BlazBlue are closer aesthetically or like visually to CVS2 than they are to this. Not necessarily talking about fidelity or quality, but you would never mistake a stage in BlazBlue for being done in 2D. You know, maybe some stages have a shit ton of like characters that are all clearly 2D drawn characters, but in terms of the geography of the location, like it feels 3D. Like it feels polygonal. It feels like it's separate from the characters. Not in any bad way. I like the stages in that game a lot. And definitely you look at the stages in Exert and Strive, and they're very much evolved from that, even though they're even more kind of 3D, not trying to hide it, so to speak. But I feel like I can't think of a better example, or I can't even think of a similar example to this, where like it's all done, like it maintains that perfect like 2D sort of style, but you still get that. See if you can. Can I change to another stage? That's the question. I think I do this. Yeah. Probably a good example. Yeah, because like everything looks clearly painted. Nothing looks. You know, you look at stages like I said in CVS2 or fucking the Rumblefish, KOF, you know, O2UM. Like it just has a very polygonal look to it. Whereas this like looks super clearly painted. But you can look at that building with the dude over there. You see the railing, and you see how the railing and the windows like don't line up the same. And you can see some of these buildings, and like in a lot of cases here, it's probably not like the perspective is probably not correct.
Right up.
In fact, like having stuff like this shift like vertically is also like super, like that wouldn't happen in real life really, but it feels good. Actually, the big old airship is maybe the best example. We can't see it super well, but like even when you're like walking like this and looking at it, it's like so subtle that it's even kind of hard to make out. But you end up with this like really believable 3D feel. Just wanted to see if oh, I'm curious about this. Yeah, I guess you could probably turn off some of the HUD stuff.
Quit lollygagging.
Yeah, this is like an even better example because you can see the all these like girders, like they're super drawn, like they look perfectly like painted. I'm just gonna assume that we're gonna see some nice 3D perspective. I don't even really know. Yu Mado, thank you for the follow. I'm impressed and happy that my endless ranting about this kind of stuff is not only not scaring everybody away, but someone is even actually following. I appreciate that. Kind of less than I thought, but it's still like of course you have the ground plane, which, you know, compared to something like HD Remix, like it actually fits in well. And the shadows of the characters too is like they're cast on the background in a way that feels believable. But yeah, it's actually kind of less like how much of that sort of perspective shifting effect is required or makes sense. It's going to depend a lot on the perspective and the design of each respective stage, of course. But the example I always like sort of think of is, I think, the this one. Yeah, like the shadows, like they don't make sense necessarily with how the characters are lit. The sprites, I mean, like the light direction on the sprite. But it's still, you know, it works well enough. It's cool. But yeah, this stage, like, because it has this, like, this entire tower in the middle of the stage is like, you see this corner that, right where I'm standing. You can very clearly see that the building is like turning. You can see that the platform that the fish dudes are standing on, you can see the little outline of the planks, like it doesn't line up with the trunk of the tree or whatever that it's built on. Like when I'm over here, the left side of the building is like barely visible. I can make out that there's white text on the left-hand side of that sign, but I can't read it. I can't make out what any of it is. And by the time I make it over here, well, I still can't read it, because I guess it's fake fish Chinese or whatever.
I've seen worse.
But it's a very different angle and perspective, and like you couldn't really do that without 3D, unless you're doing it like Killer Instinct, where it's a 2D element that's animated to a different frame for each, like when the screen scrolls, it's actually like an animation of the building turning. That's not a sensible way of doing it. I mean, it made sense for how Killer Instinct was made, and it's hella sick in that game. But you kind of get the same effect here, but it's actually perfectly smooth and more correct. So yeah, it's like a subtle thing, but it looks so awesome, and you get this like perfect sense of depth without sacrificing any of the like artistic style and sensibility. Because even, you know, regardless of how you feel about the stages in CVS2, I don't think anyone would argue that that game has more like that the stages in CVS2 are more coherent with the characters than they are in this game. So yeah, there is an awful. I mean, I was gonna say it too about the light direction stuff. Like another kind of insane thing, like the way the character sprites are drawn in this game too is well, not the way they're drawn, but the way they're constructed from a technical standpoint is really, really cool too. Because you can see like there's when you hit the characters are like, I say you can see, it's not that easy to see, but there's lighting. And like using lighting, like kind of 3D lighting on 2D elements is not some like this is not the first or last game to have done that. Like using normal maps for 2D elements to kind of define shapes so that you can cast 3-dimensional light on them is not unusual. But it's still done really well. Like it's the way that kind of the shading and coloring stuff is done too. It's done in a lot of separate kind of layers and passes. Now you can find like Mariel Cartwright has done a bunch of talks at GDC and other places about the animation and the and other stuff. She's a great like speaker. I recommend looking up some of those talks if you're curious about the art in this game and how it's done, because it's really insightful and interesting, and also pretty. The art is really awesome. So there are always going to be a lot of shit like that I'm very, very appreciative of, and I'll always admire this game for all this stuff, even if I'm not necessarily capable or to some degree interested in playing it. It's still a pretty sick game, and I'm always going to be a big fan of some of the people who made it, especially on the art side. But lest I be stuck here ranting for another several hours, I think we'll wrap it up there. I wouldn't mind doing that per se, and from the sounds of things, some of you guys wouldn't mind it either, and I'm appreciative of that. That's cool. However, we have another day tomorrow, and we have another stream tomorrow. I shall venture outside the house tomorrow morning to collect a package of toys and action figures, which we will subsequently unbox here on stream. It's gonna be a big old box of Master of the Universe and some TMNT Power Rangers figures, and probably some other stuff. Mortal Kombat maybe, some McFarlane, DC, whatever. I don't even remember. I never do. So we're gonna be looking at some toys on tomorrow's stream, which should hopefully be able to start on the regular scheduled time, 1 p.m. CET. And we'll probably, if you can't get enough of me ranting about stuff for hours and hours, there's probably going to be more of that tomorrow. Yeah, the character, yeah, the way the 2D elements, like the drawn stuff, like for sure. I mean, it's a little bit different from stage to stage how they look, but overall, like, you can see that the dude that's like sitting on the staircase, he's like very crudely roughed out compared to these like mid-ground characters that are actually animated. But that makes sense. Like, some characters are meant to be more visible than others. You know, it turns out the art in this game is exceptionally well made. Who would have thought? But anyway, thanks a lot for hanging out, guys. I hope you had a good time. I certainly did. I shall return to stream tomorrow to unbox some action figures. So if you think that sounds like a good time, I hope to see you then. But for now, I'm gonna sign off as soon as I can see who else is streaming, so we can send you guys their way. Oh man, people are streaming KOF 15, huh? I'm like torn on whether I want to watch that or not. Well, let's see. Let me go through my lengthy list of people who I'm following, even though I apparently wouldn't watch them. I don't know. Looks like Duke Donuts is streaming something with the title, "I still can't believe these games are real." That sounds extremely promising. So let's check out what Duke's up to. Oh, dude, he's playing the Wild Rings. Holy shit. It's a Japan exclusive Xbox MMA/wrestling game, which I have, by the way. It's not great, but it's pretty sick at the same time. So let's check out that. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one. See you guys tomorrow or whenever we see each other next. Thank you again, and goodbye.